get put on, you ain't from the hood. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood. Niggas always claim to set blood, ain't from the hood. Hell nah. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood. Oh, I live in the hood, ass nigga. Never got put on, always claiming the hood though. Oh, you fucking with the homegirl, but don't come to the hood with none of your damn homeboys. They don't get a pass. Had the little homies press they ass for your tattoos. Hey, your mama waking up to some bad news. The plug saying groove, I'm a dime. I was long in the race, skinny nigga with the braid. Took a 2-man fade, I'm really from the hood. I took a fucking break to get my money right, but I was banging on the plane in the meeting with Jermaine. They like, poet, oh you bang? They forgot where I came from. I was gang banging when it wasn't fun. Homie doing life right now, cause we don't play with guns. You ain't from the hood. Nah, you ain't get put on, you ain't from the hood. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood. Niggas always claim to set blood, ain't from the hood. Hell nah. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood. And that goes for these hoes too. Start fucking on niggas and throwing these niggas hood up. Ha, lil dot dot. Heard you gave a homie head in the trap spot. Gotta throw away in the stash spot. Boy, you not real, like a Sasquatch. Boy, I'm so high, I'm seeing astronauts. Boy, I ball hard, I need a mascot. Oh, it, and Swahili, I'm a damu. My little cousin making paru. My nigga Uzi, he from Fire Deuce. Pad blows, I be hanging with some real whoops. Gang signs out the window when we drive coupes. Making money with some crips like it's 92. Banging on tracks, banging on tracks. Back in my days, it was banging on. You ain't from the hood. Nah, you ain't get put on, you ain't from the hood. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood. Niggas always claim to set blood, ain't from the hood. Hell nah. You ain't never got put on, you ain't from the hood.
Anybody know who in the hood right now, nigga, catch your fade, nigga. Put it in the chat, fuck, nigga, so I can read what the fuck it is. Frogs.
You ain't from the hood.
I don't know what democracy is, y'all. Somebody define democracy in the chat for me, because I don't know what it is. So, does somebody give me a definition, a nigga definition, a white definition, a dictionary definition of what is democracy, y'all? I need to know that word, y'all. I don't know it, because the Democrats keep on preaching democracy, democracy, democracy. I want to know what democracy is. What democracy look like. Do anybody got that? Slaphead! Slaphead up in the building. Where you been, Slaphead? Oh, Miss Coco! Oh, Miss Coco in the building. What's up, Miss Coco? Roger Wood. What's up with you, Roger Wood? Toy Mafia first. What's up with it? Miss Coco, Slaphead, you gonna love this video. I got some real ninjas in the house. You gonna love this video, Miss Coco. This is deep. I set it up just for the people who's voting today because this video got all kind of shit up in it. You only get this type of shit on this channel, right? I got all kind of shit. I got hating stuff. I got mental stuff. I got Fifth Amendment. I got impeachment. I got everything up in here. So if you want to know, if you undecided and you happen to be standing in line and you undecided, right, on what you want to vote on or who you want to vote for, I'm finna let you know, right, in this video, what do you have or what do we have at stake on this very day right here, right? Because we want to talk about democracy, right? I want to show you what democracy look like. Now, I want everybody to know, if you vote Republican today, and the Republican do the red wave tomorrow, I guarantee you, who is that? 160? What's up? 160 from the hood. Happy birthday, man. Right, 160, my boy. He's my personal boy. He come to my shows and all kind of shit. That's my personal white partner right there. You know what I'm saying? That's my nigga right there. 160. I can say that about 160. That's my nigga for real in real life. Right? But 160, I'm gonna let you know what is at stake today, Miss Coco Slaphead. I'm gonna let y'all know what's at stake today, because if we get elected and that red wave come, we're gonna see some democracy. And I know y'all thinking about, how we gonna see some democracy? What is democracy gonna look like? And democracy about fairness? Ain't democracy about equal application of the law, right? And democracy about holding people accountable? That's not democracy. That's called fairness. That's called United States. That ain't no damn democracy, but that's what they're trying to say democracy look like. Now let me get into this, right? We got slandering, we got all kind of shit going on. Let me go into the first thing, right? The first skit. Bing, let's go. Let's get it in. Hate, right? Look, first of all, the Democrats preach fear and hate. And Miss Fear and Hate, Mrs. Clinton, is the ringleader of fear and hate. She started this shit. She started this gangster shit. She started this deplorable shit.
Full of just plain crazy, violent hate rhetoric coming out of Republicans.
He did not want me to have the child, and he said that.
Slaphead, you're looking out a donation, right? But you see, this is about Herschel Walker. This is the female came out on Herschel Walker, right? They talking about slandering and all this old shit, right? They got somebody come out right before election and with the slow video and shit like that, trying to slander this man, right? With no real evidence or no real justification of this shit, right? No real proof, but they put this woman on here to slander this man. Why? Because this is what democracy look like.
He said that because of his wife's family and powerful people around him, that I would not be safe.
You see how they make Republicans seem violent? He said, if I had the baby, the people you know, the powerful people, I would not be safe, me or the baby. So he's saying he's gonna kill you and the baby. You see how the Republicans get a bad name because the Democrats and the fake news allowed to say this shit?
And that the child would not be safe.
You played something from the Republican candidate for governor in Arizona. I want viewers, I want voters to stop and ask themselves, would we trust somebody who is stirring up these violent feelings?
She's talking about Carrie Lake, right? So now they're talking about Carrie Lake. I mean, Herschel Walker is a murderer, right? And abortionist, right? And they saying Carrie Lake is a ringleader of the white supremacy Nazi gang, right? Hate.
Who is pointing fingers, scapegoating, making a joke about a violent attack on Paul Pelosi.
It is not impossible to protect our kids at school. They act like it is. Nancy Pelosi, well, she's got protection when she's in D.C. Apparently her house doesn't have a lot of protection. But
why would you trust that person to have power over you, your family, your business, your community?
I don't know that I have ever voted for a Democrat, but if I lived in Arizona, I absolutely would.
Now they got ex-Republicans, Liz Cheney, right? Saying don't vote Republican, vote Democrat, right? You got an ex-Republican because they voted her ass out of the party. Now all of a sudden she agreed with all the Democrat policies. The abortions, the border, the crime, right? She agreed with all that shit. The inflation, the reduction act. She agreed with impeaching Donald Trump. She agreed with all that shit. So she's not a Republican, right? If she's telling you to vote for Democrat, right? And she wants the Democrat to control the Senate and the House, right? She's not a Republican. She's not even an ex-Republican. She's a Democrat. We don't take her word.
You have a candidate for governor, Carrie Lake. You have a candidate for Secretary of State, Mark Fincham, both of whom have said that they will only honor the results of an election if they agree with it.
Few hiccups to start our election day here in Arizona, really the last thing we need.
And what we have seen is that SB 202 under Brian Kemp is a continuation of a racially charged approach to achieve voter suppression.
Voter suppression, right? That's what voter suppression is about, right? The Democrats saying something about voter suppression. But what Donald Trump was talking about, I don't want to, get into the details of it, but he was talking about the washing machines, how you wash the clothes and stuff like that. He was talking about that was out of sync. And what do you know? In Arizona, the washing machines do not work, right? The washing machines don't work on the very day, the most important day of the election. The washing machines do not work.
Election day glitch in one New Jersey county. Voting machines in Mercer County are reportedly down in all districts.
Counting all the votes. It's down in all districts. certain swing states in the election right now, but the voting machine's down, right? But it's the Republicans who are doing the election now and trying to steal democracy.
Votes is one thing, but Ron Johnson's office tried to send fake electors to Mike Pence. Ron Johnson doesn't seem to be too concerned with democracy because democracy isn't working out too well for the Republican Party. And that is why this election cycle is so important. Our democracy is quite literally on the line.
Because the electorate in Georgia is quickly changing and he does not like the change.
But
the Republicans don't like the change, right? The Republicans don't like the change. They don't like the washing machine breaking down. They want people to vote like the old-fashioned way, right? They want you to vote the old-fashioned way, right? They want you. Hey, we live. Did you vote? Hold on. Let me see this liberal. Let me see if this liberal voted for. Let me see who this liberal voted for. It's a liberal on phone. Hello? Oh, so. Hold on, this is liberal. Hello? We live right now. Who did you vote for?
Oh, you know who I voted for. I voted straight line.
Straight line who? Democrats?
Democrat. All the way down the line. I don't even care who they are.
Who
know their name.
Who did you vote? Who did you vote for senator?
For senator? We didn't have a senator this year, I don't think.
Who do you vote for president?
President?
Now we out. I'll hit you back. Let me finish this live. I'll hit you back in a minute. Yeah.
I voted for Westmore for governor.
Westmore. Fuck Westmore. That he had to be a Democrat. Fuck West. I say fuck niggas too. Just because he's black don't mean nothing. Fuck niggas. Some niggas too. Yeah. Got you. All right. Right. Anyway, but it's the Republicans are not denying democracy when everything is going wrong on the very day that you're supposed to have everything ready, everything's supposed to be up to par, everything's supposed to be working, and shit is not working. But it's the Republicans because they complaining about shit, right? And right now you see they have a right to complain about shit because how is shit breaking down, right? How is people being turned away? Right now, I didn't want to put none of that shit on there because YouTube. Disclaimer: YouTube. This is an educational video only. I'm not talking about the election or anything like that. This is an education video on an update on the election process. That's all. Disclaimer: YouTube disclaimer. Right? But it's the Republicans that are doing all, and I say all of it, all of the complaining about a fair election.
We cannot go anywhere unless we expand the majority. And you hit on it earlier about what this election means.
And what happened in Cobb County, luckily, those challenges were dismissed. But the reality is those challenges can continue because he's outsourced voter purging.
Right? Purging, voter purging. Well, what's happening with the voters in Jersey? That was Arizona, right? What's happening with the washing machines in Jersey, right? Because we need all the washing machines working, you know what I'm saying, to get the clothes clean, right? So what happened to the washing machines in Jersey? Let's see what happened.
According to the Robbinsville Township website, it's due to a printing and scanning issue with ballots. Voters can still cast their votes by using a standard ballot. County officials are working to fix the problem. But
it's another problem. So you got a problem in Arizona and you got a problem in New York. New York, big city of dreams. Not that New York, but you got a problem in New York, big city of dreams, right? All the washing machines and all what they seem, right? But we are preaching a fair election, but somehow the Democrats say we wrong.
Plan that my campaign release was a democracy and accountability agenda to hold people like Ron Johnson accountable.
And what is more concerning to me is that they are disproportionately people of color, disproportionately students who may receive this ominous letter in the mail within days of the election saying your right to vote has been challenged.
What about when you show up to the wash house, right, and they say your clothes can't go in the washing machine because the washing machines don't work no more, huh? That's days before. What about minutes before, right? What about when you actually there, like with your coins in your hand, like I'm ready to put my money inside the washing machine, and they say, hey, the washing machines don't work. You got to go somewhere else. Where else I want to go? I don't know, but you got to go here. Then you go there, and that washing machine don't work. What's wrong with the wash houses? Huh?
Could be a delay in counting ballots tonight.
And for many of these voters,
it's going to be a delay in counting quarters tonight. Did you hear that? It's going to be a delay. They're letting you know it's going to be a delay. The longer the delay, the more the bullshit, right? They've been complaining about this very thing might happen, right? And the very thing they've been complaining about might happen is happening.
they will see this as a reason not to vote. That is how it becomes voter suppression.
The Election Commission says there has been one hiccup in today's elections. Shoreline Church on Westland had a printer breakdown, which led to long lines.
Printers breaking down, right? Printers, but we're talking about democracy, right? I guess that's the dryer. You got the washing machine and you got the dryer, right? Sometimes the washing machine don't work, sometimes the dryer don't work, right? But I'm talking about on this day, everything should be in perfect shape, right? If you're going to fuck up, because they fucked up yesterday or supposed to mess up tomorrow, not on the very day, a couple of hours into the process.
So I want to take this a step further away from the incident, that terrible incident with Paul Pelosi, and broaden it out, because what we have with the rhetoric coming from the Republican candidates from their party right now is so disturbing.
It is very menacing. It is very menacing. And I felt threatened, and I thought I had no choice.
I didn't see a big outpouring on the part of elected officials to stand with Nancy Pelosi the way she has stood with Republicans as well as Democrats in times of real terror, like on January the 6th.
You know, they said Nancy Pelosi gonna retire if her ass don't become Speaker of the House. If they lose this election, she gonna retire forever. Retired Nancy Pelosi is on the line, right? But you see, democracy is on the line too, because shit ain't working. It's gonna be a problem tomorrow. The Democrats are getting ready for it, right? So they're gonna say, right? They're gonna complain if something not working their way tomorrow. I guarantee it.
You know, my opponent, he questioned the 2020 election for a while, then he stopped.
As the Harris County Election Administration is acknowledging that there have been issues today. Now, we are still working.
They got issues in Harris County in Texas, New York, right? All these places got hiccups in the system. How's all of them got hiccups in the system? Arizona got a hiccup in the system.
Working to get specific information as to what those problems are. But I spoke with voters who tell me that they were out here at this location this morning. They say they were either turned away or they had to go somewhere else to vote because they say they were told that the machines were down.
How they getting turned away? How many people getting turned away? How many states? I only covered a little bit of them, right? This is only a couple of them. I got this information in 10 minutes, right? If I would have done 30 minutes of research, if I would have done an hour of research, how many videos I would have got with people saying this shit, right? That the machine is not working and people got to get turned around.
And so ask yourselves, please, why would you entrust power to people who are either themselves unable to see how terrible it is that someone would be attacked in their home, or don't really care because they think it will somehow get them votes that will get them elected? This is a real threat to the heart of our democracy.
Democracy. What does democracy look like? I'm about to show you what democracy look like, right? I'm about to show you how the Democrats is going to take back the democracy and how they stole Donald Trump democracy. I'm going to show you in this video.
So many questions and so much information to get to. Good morning.
But first we got to check out the voting machines. What happened to the washing machines? What happened? What went wrong with them, right? And how can you fix this problem, or what are you going to do to fix this problem? This is what they're going to do to fix the problem with the wash house in Arizona.
To you, number one, these machines have been tested through and through before Election Day.
Yes, they have. Then he got a call from a guy in Florida, and now he's questioning the 2020 election again.
In fact, if Kevin McCarthy were to become Speaker, it's very likely that Marjorie Greene would get a gavel, that she would get a committee, that people like Lauren Boebert would get committees, that people like Matt Gaetz would be on committees.
And that's what the Democrats hate, right? More about that later on in the video. Matt Gaetz, Boebert, right? and Green get gavels in their own committee. You know what they can investigate? That's what the Democrats scared of. You know what they can start investigate? The subpoenas they can start issuing. You don't want Marjorie Taylor Greene to start issuing subpoenas, huh? Matt Gaetz, huh? You don't want them to start issuing subpoenas because they're gonna get to the business, right? More on that to come later.
Perhaps committees dealing with national security, because he would have to appease them in order to get enough votes to be speaker at all. Are you concerned that maybe voters are not putting those pieces together, that having a Republican House would mean that the people you're talking about would be even more empowered? That faction would be in power.
Yeah, but
And they don't want them in power. They would do anything in the world to not let them people be in power, right? And I ain't gonna say the words because YouTube is listening.
But what's worse than that?
His questioning 2022.
2022 already? 6 days away.
These are the tabulators that folks are using today at our 223 vote centers across Maricopa County. And unfortunately, we've had some hiccups with some of these tabulators.
Well, I think with all of the noise that we've got in this election season, I don't think people are able to really grasp that. But more importantly, I'm not sure they really understand the threats to their way of life. They may think that whoever's chairing a committee is, kind of abstract.
About 20% of those vote locations, we might have one or two possibly of these where occasionally the ballot will go into this tabulator and it does not accept it.
And he's questioning.
It does not accept the quarters, right? It goes in and it don't accept it, right? This is Arizona. This is what Blake Master was talking about. This very issue. This is what Kerry Lake was talking about. This very issue, right? But when they complain about it, they say, oh, they want to complain about it already because they knew it was going to happen.
And the results of an election that hasn't even happened yet, this is dangerous for our democracy.
Okay.
So what happens is it's spitting it out. So so
it's running through and it's not being recognized as being tabulated, it's being counted. Okay. So then it comes back out, and then at that time the voter then has the choice to, we can try and run it through again, or they can place it down here in this door number 3.
And if you...
Oh, shit. Door number 3, right? You can place it in this door, and guess what? We'll count it later on. Huh? We got enough of that shit.
Care about the survival of our republic. We cannot give people power who will not honor elections. We must have elected officials who honor that responsibility.
Officials say texts are on the way and the machine should be back up and running by now.
And what that means, and again, they've had their chance, their opportunity to vote, and then they put it into this secure door. And then what will happen with that is those ballots remain here. The ballots that have gone through the tabulator, they sit back here.
Huh? So they both remain in the machine, right? They can't be messed with, right? I mean, it's not counted. It's still paper. It's not documented in the machine yet, right? It's just still paper, so can't nobody mess with it. The election is fair, right? There's nothing can go wrong with this election.
And you mentioned abortion. I mean, he calls abortion demonic, a religious sacrifice. He says he wants to punish the doctors. These are beliefs that are just dangerous for Arizonans.
To the point about his questioning the results of an election that has not yet happened, are you, your team, are you preparing for the possibility of his doing that on election night and the day that follows?
Of course.
So for folks out there who are concerned about saving democracy, I will invite you to please go to mandelabarnes.com because we need your help.
Okay.
Because democracy costs, right? Democracy costs. Evidently it costs more than this machine, right? The Democrats hollering, oh, we need more people to vote. We need more IDs. What about fixing the washing machines, right? So people can put their quarters in them and it wash the clothes. What about that?
So they're in two separate places. So these ballots will be in door number 3 here. And then at the end of the evening, when voting is complete out at one of these vote centers, a bipartisan board, so a Republican and a Democrat, will get these ballots back here to the central count location.
Fake news back there. I'm looking at Eric and Don Trump. They're so lucky I allowed them to get into politics, right?
Now we finna get into it, right? We finna get into the democracy against Donald Trump. I had to put this in because this was going on today. So if you in line, stay in line. Do not get out of line, right? If you in Arizona or a state where the machine is down, washing machine is down, stay in line, right? Do not get out of line. Make sure your thing is counted. Make sure your vote is counted.
And so they will be tabulated here, later, either tonight or tomorrow. The tabulation will take place.
Although I think you're whistling past the graveyard.
I'm not the one whistling past the graveyard. If there's a graveyard, it's because Joe Biden took vibrancy and ran it into the ground with bad policies, bad foreign policy, and overspending.
They've been treated so kindly. These are the two most subpoenaed human beings in history. Al Capone. You ever hear of Alphonse Capone, the legendary?
Right? He's talking about his son. We talking about democracy, right? How do Donald Trump's sons, right, get more subpoenas than Hunter Biden, right? How do Donald Trump's sons get more subpoenas and more investigations than Hunter Biden, right? Is that what democracy look like? Ask yourself, is that what democracy look like? All the evidence, all the computer, all the witnesses, all the whistleblowers, all the FBI that's going on against Hunter Biden. You don't see no whistleblowers, no witnesses, right? No evidence on none of Donald Trump kids. But is Donald Trump kids get the investigation? Is that democracy?
Jesse James, Billy the Kid.
So at least I see it for what it is. If it's graveyard, that means we're already dead. So if we're dead, then how is it the most important election of our lifetime?
These two have had more, and they're really good kids. Dad, we got another subpoena from Congress, Maxine Waters sent us,
Well, I think that there's no question. First of all, let me just take it away from all the liberal media talking heads that you've been whipping up on.
Because she's a very honest person, Dad. She's a very honest person, Dad. No, I think they set a record. Most subpoenaed human beings in the history of the world.
Let me just...
Right? He just joking, but, do they deserve more subpoenas than Hunter Biden? Have they done more crimes than Hunter Biden? Right? Do they got more evidence than Hunter Biden? No need to answer that question.
Just tell you, here's what the American people say in those polls that you were defending in the first segment, by the way. It's like 70% of Americans say this election is about democracy and the stability of our Constitution.
But the good news has been going on for 6 years. We're very honest. A friend of mine said, you have to be the most honest person ever.
Right? Look at all the evidence, right, that they got against Donald Trump, supposedly. And no conviction, no collusion, right? No indictments, no none of that, right? Only fake impeachments. Look at all the evidence they got on Joe Biden. No investigation, no indictment, no impeachments, no nothing.
It's like, 70% of Republicans who believe that last election was based on voter fraud.
Can you just talk about these midterms? Have we had ever a midterm before where we have been able to say democracy is truly on the line?
The rule of law in this country is in danger, and especially free and fair elections.
It's like, 50% of Republicans who say, it's just unbelievable that they have no faith in the outcomes of these midterm elections.
Remember, Alicia, that gubernatorial Republican candidate in Wisconsin who said, elect me and a Republican will never lose in Wisconsin again.
And it's like 40% of all voters, Democrats and Republicans, who think we're going to have more political violence after the midterms, the kind that saw Paul Pelosi get hammered in the head.
You see how they always fall back to that hammer in the head, right? It's always the Democrats promoting violence and saying the Republicans are violent, but it's always the Democrats are the violent ones, right? This dude talking about people gonna die.
Other side, reality doesn't mean anything. They're only interested in power, and they're only interested in, and they'll do anything to get the power. They're willing to kill, literally kill, to get the power.
So that's why people think it's a really important election. Well, people don't want more political violence.
You can't have a conversation with them. The only thing we can do is try to hold on to the House, add a couple of Senate seats. It's going to be very hard. But if we don't do that, this might be the last election we have in a democratic democracy, in a democracy.
Well, no, a few people do. A few very unhinged, mentally ill people, they do.
And most of them is Democrats, right? And look at this fool right here. He gonna repair Donald Trump and the Republican Party to the Nazis, right? Look how look, they ain't got no policies, right? They gotta run on fear and hate. But calm down, wait a minute. In a little while, I'm gonna show you what democracy look like. Remember, this is only a build-up. We got plenty more video to go.
Democracy will be ended. The world will continue to exist. The world was here before Hitler. The world was here after Hitler.
And that's unfortunate. I don't think we need to telegraph to them things like there's going to be violence if the elections are contested.
That's what we're saying. No, the world will not end. The kind of world we have, the kind of country we have, we've got to decide how do we want to exist in this world. And that's what we're talking about.
What we have now is Donald Trump having influenced and distorted an entire political party. You're saying, don't pay attention, don't get excited.
Right? Now, I want you, now, look, we finna get into what democracy look like, right? We finna get into what democracy look like. Remember when Donald Trump was going through inauguration and all that other stuff, right? Remember when the protests and stuff like that? Now, I want to compare, right, when Donald Trump was inaugurated, right, or when Joe Biden was inaugurated, right? When Donald Trump was what you call that shit, certified, and when Joe Biden was certified. We want to see what is democracy. We want to see what democracy look like. Hold on, y'all, because this video finna get deep. Because we finna show y'all what democracy look like. This is the protest when Donald Trump was in office. It said impeach and replace, right? Before, when Donald Trump was getting in line, or when Donald Trump was finna get inaugurated, right? It said impeach and replace. He haven't been in the White House not 1 second yet. And it said impeach and replace. This kind of look like a riot to me. This kind of look like a protest to me.
As we heard, there were vocal opponents of the president, thousands of them protesting across Washington throughout this day.
Wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no debate.
Ain't that protesting, right? Ain't that contesting Donald Trump presidency, right? Said it was a unfair. I don't know if I can say that thing, right? I'll have to make up a word for that, right? It was an unfair ball game, right? Remember when the Democrats like, oh, the Republicans hollering, it's an unfair ball game. Well, what about when the Democrats were hollering, it was an unfair ball game that Donald Trump got in office?
There is no debate. The gentlewoman will suspend.
Most of them were peaceful, but a number of incidents turned violent late this afternoon. A limousine was set on fire downtown. Smoke could be seen for blocks away. And protesters hurled trash cans, flash bombs, and objects at police.
I didn't see none of that on the date. I didn't see none of that. I didn't see cars set on fire. I saw some of the other stuff, right, but it was in retaliation, right? But I didn't see all this other shit, right, that these so-called protesters are doing in a peaceful protest against Donald Trump. I don't see that shit. Why they ain't talking about this peaceful protest or this peaceful transfer? Huh? What happened to this peaceful transfer?
Used pepper spray in return. By this evening, at least 217 people were arrested. 6 police officers were injured.
It was a disparate group of protesters coming together to march, express their resistance to the new administration, and air their anger at what some see as an illegitimate president.
What? Huh? An illegitimate president, right? Who's saying that? Do that sound like democracy to me, right? The newly elected president we want to impeach and replace. For what? He ain't even stepped foot in the White House yet. Huh? And before that, And who urged this on? And who was celebrating this? And who told this crowd to do this shit, right? Who was in the house, right, doing what the Republicans was finna do, right? But who was in the house and who was outside doing the same exact shit? Huh? One up in there protesting the election, right? And the other people outside protesting the election at the same time. The only thing is somebody didn't go up inside the building.
The whole number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538, of which a majority is 270. Donald Trump of New York has received, for President of the United States, 304 votes. Hillary Clinton, the state of New York, has received 227 votes.
I couldn't just sit at home and let this be Trump's administration be normalized.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
No debate. Tim Kaine of the Commonwealth of Virginia has received 227. There'll be order.
Robbie Disu is an organizer of one of the lead umbrella groups called Disrupt J20 Inauguration Day.
What? You mean he on video saying it, promoting it with no mask on?
Mr. President, I object to the certificate.
What day that say? January 6, 2017. What is the Democrats doing on January 6, 2017, huh? What is they doing? What is they doing? What is they contesting the presidency, huh? They're saying it's unfair, shouldn't count, huh? What is they doing? What is they doing?
From the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
Debate. There was no debate. Arms were removed. Arms were removed.
They got protesters in the house.
Protesters from the gallery.
Huh? They got protesters in the house. They came in the house, right? Them protesters came in the house. Why they didn't get pepper sprayed and shot with rubber bullets, huh? These are protesters that walk in the house. Wait a minute, what are you doing? I thought that was illegal. How did these protesters get to walk in the house and protest Donald Trump, but when the protesters walked in the house and protested Joe Biden, they got arrested in federal prison? These are regular citizens, right? Protesters on the Senate floor.
In order. House.
Voter suppression, all that shit. That's a protester. How did she get in? How they let her in? Somebody riddle me that.
Commonwealth of Virginia has received 227 votes.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
Our goal is to disrupt it, just like our name says, and we've definitely been disrupting it all day.
Disrupting, but in a few moments from now when we're talking, Donald Trump will be president.
Yeah, but we were not under any impression that we would stop him from becoming president. The point is to set a tone of resistance from the first moment that he's in office.
Elizabeth Warren of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts received 2. Maria Cantwell of the state of Washington has received 1. Susan Collins of the state of Maine has received 1. Carly Fiorina of the Commonwealth of Virginia has received 1.
There was another protester. There goes another peaceful protester interrupting a peaceful switchover, changeover, right? Another protester just happened to walk on the Senate floor.
Sergeant at Arms will remove the protesters from the gallery.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
One act of disruption at security checkpoints leading into the National Mall. Demonstrators attempted to block access to the inauguration.
Huh? They gonna block the exit to the inauguration, huh? Is that what a protest look like? Huh? Right? What's the difference? What is this democracy? Is this democracy, y'all? The protesters from that date, they in federal prison, right? The protester from this date is drinking coffee. Think about it, right? Protesters walked in and yelled and screamed. Joe Biden had to bang the gavel and say, "Get the protesters out."
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Chamber will be in order. The change will be in order.
We the people. That's a protester, right? This is Donald Trump certification. But you got a protester disrupting the certification inside of the gallery.
Clerk.
They have to stop the inauguration, right? They have to stop the certification, right? To get the protesters out of the building.
Winona LaDuke of the state of Minnesota has received one vote. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Even with the
There is
malfunction,
no debate in order. Is it signed by a senator? There is no debate. There is no debate in the joint session. There is no debate. There is no debate. There is no debate.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified. I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Please come to order. The objection cannot be received.
But the Russian
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him.
July 2024, 2019. It's time to bring impeachment charges against Donald Trump, right? July 2019.
Bring impeachment charges.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There
of
is no debate. There is no debate.
Maxine Waters, right, contested the presidency, right? These are, I guess these not election deniers, right? They're not election deniers though, right?
The gentlewoman will suspend.
Chaining themselves together and refusing to move. In another, protesters shut down part of a major highway near the Capitol.
Shut down a major highway near the Capitol, all in protest of Mr. Donald J. Trump.
McPherson Square here in downtown Washington, D.C. has been ground zero for protesters all day. From here, different groups have fanned out around the city, some marching peacefully, others more violent.
Others more violent, right? But February 23rd, 2017, right, a month, right, after his inauguration, right, the Democrats want to impeach him for things he already done.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
At times, the peaceful burst into the violent. After a tense standoff at 12th and K Streets, police used pepper spray and flash grenades to disperse the crowd.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every day until he is impeached.
Elsewhere, protesters dressed in black threw rocks and flash bombs and smashed windows.
How many people like that was on the day 4 years after that day, right? How many people destroying private property, running around setting cars on fire, busting out windows, right, on businesses? How many of them people or MAGA supporters was doing that? How many of them went to jail for doing that? 0, 0, 0, right? How many protesters went to jail for going inside, right, and trying to stop a peaceful transfer, right, of the presidency, right? How many? 0, 0, 0. They got kicked out. Get them out. Get the protesters out. No kind of arrest. No kind of arrest them. No kind of get them out of here. That's all.
Leading to more confrontations, injuries, and arrests.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
These demonstrators used tactics associated with so-called black bloc anarchist groups.
They using black Bart anarchist groups from Germany or whatever, right, to do violence on the city of D.C. because they didn't like the way the election went.
Prevalent in Europe, often seizing the moment amid more peaceful protests.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
This afternoon, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said in a statement, "Again, I respect your right to peacefully protest, but the damage that has occurred today is unacceptable and not welcome in D.C."
How's that peaceful protesting? Cops injured, buildings, cars being burnt and set on fire, people being injured, right? Buildings being destroyed. How is that a peaceful protest? I respect your right to peaceful protest, but this can't go on. But it's Donald Trump need to be impeached.
I continue to say, impeach him!
More than 3,000 police and 5,000 National Guard were on hand, and security expenses for the day are expected to exceed $100 million.
$100 million it cost Washington, D.C. for a peaceful transfer of power.
Impeach 45!
Protests today also occurred well beyond Washington, from marches in Denver to across San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge and around the world.
Impeach 45!
Would you say your mental focus is?
Oh, it's focused. I haven't. Look.
Let's get ready to bumble! We forget on the 25th Amendment, right? We forget on the 25th Amendment, right? Now, they say, now remember when Donald Trump was in office, they was talking about his mental and physical well-being, right? Why they not talking about Joe Biden mental and physical well-being, right? The same way they was talking about Donald Trump. They was talking about implementing the 25th Amendment and all that old shit. Why they not doing the same thing to Joe Biden that they tried to do to Donald Trump? You ever ask yourself that, right? But when the Republicans get into office, right, it's going to be some true democracy, right? It's going to be some subpoenas. It's going to be some records being subpoenaed. It's going to be some people being subpoenaed. It's going to be some hearings and all that shit, right? This is what the Democrats is scared of, right? They scared that the Republicans is fit to start impeaching everything. We fit to start getting into you better retire or either get impeached. And that goes for the whole Biden administration, because the Republican Party already sent a shout out and a warning to every damn Democrat that done something wrong over this last 2 years, right? They gave a shout out, right? And they letting you know, either retire or get your ass impeached, because we coming, right? And they start off, right? I'm going to compare Joe Biden mental to Donald Trump mental, right? And when they was trying to invoke the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump, and they leave Joe Biden the fuck alone, even though he needs the 25th Amendment.
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
Let me start off with 2 words. Made in America.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Y'all ready for this?
I was going to
Even at the White House Easter celebration, the Easter Bunny had to guide him back into his safe place.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
Wait. All men and women created by you know the thing.
If it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the motherfucker. Cue cards that say sit here or end of speech, which he actually states. That is, if he stays awake.
We went for 2 reasons. One, to
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
True international effort to pressure.
when they tried to do, we went to 54 states.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
You see how the mental capacity Joe Biden got, but you see how many people came out on Donald Trump to get impeached for nothing. But none of them came out on Joe Biden for nothing. That's how they was able to impeach Donald Trump, because they had control of the House. But oh shit, well here we come. Wait till we get control of the House. It's gonna be some impeachments coming up for your ass.
What are you talking about?
We choose truth over facts.
I've had a couple Washington meetings. But the nature, not.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
And just recently, we now see the mainstream media questioning President Biden's mental state, and for good reason. Sadly, he shakes hands with ghosts and imaginary people.
Representative Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
Representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
All through his president. A month after Donald Trump became president, right? They wanted to impeach him. A month. And it ain't stopped, right? It went on for a month. It didn't stop till they got a first impeachment, a second impeachment, and now they're trying to get a third impeachment, and he's not even president. But Joe Biden, he's perfect.
What am I doing here?
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach the...
He falls off bicycles. So my question for you is, sir, have you spoken with any other cabinet members about implementing the 25th Amendment on President Biden?
Come on, man. Tucker, yeah.
First of all, I'm glad to have a president who can ride a bicycle. And
well, we can impeach him every day of the week for anything he does.
That the president
have
of the United States,
you spoken to any other cabinet members about implementing the 25th Amendment on President Biden?
Of course not.
Please allow the witness.
Have you emailed, this is my time, have you emailed any members with the executive branch about the president's health or cognitive decline, including text messages from your private phone?
Boss as I have ever had the pleasure of working.
Pete Buttigieg had some text messages, right, or some emails about Joe Biden mental fitness, right? Saying Joe Biden wasn't mentally there when they were running and all that shit for being the president and shit, right? The nominee, right? Pete Buttigieg had secret message, I think it was to his boyfriend, about Joe Biden mental health. Remember that? But he don't want to answer that, right? The Democrats don't want to answer it, y'all.
Thank you for your tolerance and listening to me. I appreciate it very much.
And if I wasn't leading in all these polls, I don't know, if you find those poll numbers, you could put them up. If you find them back there, you geniuses that do this stuff, put them up. Let me know when they're up. We'll talk about them. But we have poll numbers that are through the roof, and so do Republicans. This is going to be a wave. I think this is going to be a very big wave.
It's going to be a very, very big wave, and the Democrats are scared, right? Look at the pollings Donald Trump got, right? And this is why they're trying to take Donald Trump out. Even though it could be another Republican can take his place, right? That kill a Democrat, right? Not, I meant kill in a debate or a presidency run, not kill literally. We don't want to say that shit on here, right? But they don't want Donald Trump to run because they know he win.
I hope so. Starting right here. The radical left thinks by doing all these wicked and venomous things, they are making us weaker, but actually, they are making us much, much stronger and more unified. That's what's happening. I believe, just like these rallies are bigger than they were before the election. Oh, there they are. Look, poll numbers. Okay, first one, support 86. That's good. But look at the strong support. That's for Trump. Strong support. 64, right? My eyes are okay. Not great, but they're okay.
No ordinary election season.
Right? Now, this is what they're scared of. The reason why Donald Trump said the numbers, right? This is what they're scared of. The Democrats is going to be held responsible for everything they've done to the American people over these last couple of years, right? Everything they've done wrong, they're going to be held responsible. And the Republicans told them, the heat is on, y'all. Right? And the Republicans told them, right, if we get control of this Senate, we get control of this House, y'all better be prepared to get fired, answer questions, be in hearings, you're going to have to answer to the American people. They gave a fair warning. The heat is on.
Arizona's Republican candidates for governor, Senate, Secretary of State, and Attorney General, they have all backed Trump's big lie.
Somewhat so. So look at those numbers. Okay, next slide. Go ahead. These guys are amazing. I didn't even know we'd be doing this. Look.
Trump knew he was going to be doing that, right? 70%, right? Trump, 10% DeSantis, Pence, Cheney, right? All of them. Donald Trump is leading everything, right? You can add all of them up and they still don't combine up to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump,
all right, so it's Trump, 71. Ron DeSantis, 10. That's okay.
That's okay. You heard him. That's okay. You're doing good.
Mike Pence, 7.
It has to be an incorrect poll. You know why? There's no way Cheney gets 4%. I don't believe.
New NPR reporting reads, now Republicans who deny the 2020 election results are running for each of these statewide offices that has a role in administering elections.
Right? You hear that? They're going to have a role, right, in administering elections, right? They're going to have a role on how the elections is ran, how the voting is counted, and all of those stuff, right? So that's why the Republicans, right, or when a red wave happened, right, the Democrats are scared as hell, right? Because it's going to be no more cheating, right? It's going to be no more of that old illegal immigrant shit. It's going to be no more of that old, I'm going to vote with a damn mail-in. It's going to be no more of these voting machines break down. It's going to be some election integrity.
That has many worried about the future of voting in the state should they win.
Oh, what we go through. No, go back to that one because I love it because it's Ohio. What did it say there? Let's see. Ohio general election. Trump, 55. Biden, 35. So it hasn't changed too much since the election. It's just gotten better. So that's plus 20. Are you hearing this, fake news media? You faking son of a...
Obviously, it would be the Presidential Records Act or laws about the retention of storage of classified material. Yes.
Right? Sons of bitches is going to have to pay. Sons of bitches is going to have to pay. Starting with the Biden administration. We're going to knock them all down one by one.
That's the very same laws involved in the Hillary email server scandal. But the only thing, those that want Trump in jail and those that believe he is the great Satan, the only thing they agree on is that the raid must be about something more than those two laws.
Right? Democracy, right? Garland, A.G. Garland, right? He gonna have to respond to all the shit he been doing, right? And when Republicans take the House, guess what? He gonna have to respond to all the shit he was doing because he got a lot of shit to answer to that the Democrats ain't making him talk about.
When I say even those, well, even those who view Trump as a threat to democracy say that. Andrew Cuomo, of all people, weighed in. DOJ must immediately explain the reason for its raid, and it must be more than a search for inconsequential archives, or it will be viewed as a political tactic and undermine any future credible investigation and legitimacy of January 6th investigations.
Ain't that what democracy look like? What they call so-called democracy, right? Even Cuomo say, if you don't give out the reason why that y'all raided this man's house, right? A.G. Garland, right? You're violating his so-called democracy, right? This is the Democrats saying this, right? Not only one, a couple of them, right? So Garland gonna have to answer for some shit, a whole lot of shit.
Reflected on it, you made a shocking admission. You issued this memo sicking the feds on parents at school boards on Monday, October 4th.
Huh? And remember when Garland sicked the FBI on the school, on the parents? Remember that? He gonna have to answer to that. He gonna have to answer to a whole lot of shit. Remember that? I guess people don't remember that, right? When he sicked the FBI on the parents, talking about they was terrorists and spying on the parents and locking them up for all kinds of shit. He got to answer for that.
You acknowledge that there was no effort in the Department of Justice, no initiative to draft this memo or create these task forces before Wednesday, September 29th, when the National School Board Association issued that letter. Is that correct?
I don't know. All I know is that the first time I started working on this was after receiving the letter.
Westboro Baptist Church. However, as I understand it, there is a federal law that says you cannot protest up front of a federal judge's home.
Remember when Kavanaugh, right, house was getting protested against, and that was against the law? Remember, Garland ain't answered for that, right? Remember the leak on the Roe v. Wade? Garland ain't answered for that. Garland is going to have to answer when the Republicans take back over the House and they had them subpoena powers. They're going to have to answer. He's going to have to answer for sending the FBI after them parents. He's going to have to answer.
But last night, just after they had arrested a guy who had all these weapons, they had the protesters out there, but no one's arrested. So what is going on with that? Like, why not show some deterrence in the face of all of it?
That's all I...
So from your standpoint, there was you were not aware of any effort in the Department of Justice before that letter was sent on September 29th.
I think it's fair to say, as you're suggesting, that this letter and what the other public notices of violence against school board members and teachers are what form the basis for this
This memo,
Yes.
this memo is dated October 4th with your signature on it. Did you sign it on October 4th?
I did.
He's going to have to answer for that, right? And the Republicans saying, you're going to have to answer for that, Garland. Huh? You're going to have to answer for that. They're not forgetting that shit. The Democrats want him to forget that shit, right? Republicans ain't letting that shit slide. They letting you know. They coming after you, right? They're going to have the gavel.
It is time for action. Impeach Biden, impeach Kamala Harris, and throw in the Secretary of State if you can get him back from vacation.
Anthony, throwing the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, throw his ass in too. Garland, Blinken, all of them gotta go.
So 4 intervening days, 2 of which were weekend days. Yes. I'd say that sets a land speed record for the federal government.
When we
Chuck Grassley pointed out that you have not responded to letters of his that have been outstanding for months. How is it the Department of Justice was able to move so rapidly on a single letter from a special interest group that has now repudiated that letter, said it regrets sending the letter, and apologized to its members for sending the letter?
If you a parent, right, and you got the FBI sicked on you or your neighbor and you want Garland ass to go, you better vote Republican. If you're in this line listening to this video and you want AG to go, right, because he's sick, the FBI on the parents for going to see what their kids was learning in school about this gender stuff, about this CRT, about this sexual explicit shit, and he's sick the FBI on them instead of investigating the teachers in the books, right? If you want his ass gone, you got to vote Republican today.
How did your department move so fast on this matter?
Well, Dana, this is the shocking culmination of the Democratic left's war against the Supreme Court and really against our Constitution in America.
Right? Remember, if you want equal law, right? If you want equal law applied, right? You got to vote Republican, right? Because you can't protest outside of a Supreme Court Justice House, right? They wouldn't let them do it to Ketanji Brown. You can't go out. You can't treat one politician different than the other politician. They raiding Republicans' houses and stuff like that. They got control of the FBI. If you want fair application of the law, you got to vote Republican, because you see what's been happening, right, these last 2 years with the FBI, how they covering up shit. Hunter Biden, right, how they sicking, how they raiding people's houses and stuff, right, how they doing all kind of stuff, right, for a political agenda, right. If you're tired of this political agenda and you want your country back, right, and equal application of the law, you got to vote Republican today.
Chuck Schumer a couple years ago went to the Supreme Court steps and by name attacked Brett Kavanaugh and said he would pay the price. He wouldn't know what hit him. And yesterday, a Democratic hitman showed up at Brett Kavanaugh's house to try to murder him and presumably his wife and his children.
What they've been doing to President Trump is political persecution.
Right, what they've been doing to Donald Trump is a political prosecution, and we coming out of them, right? You got to understand this, right? The Republicans already filed motions of impeachment on all these son of a bitches, right? On all the Democrats. The Republicans already filed motions of impeachment. All they doing is waiting on the vote. All they doing is waiting to take control of the House. And the impeachments and the hearings is coming. They already got all the documents filled out against Joe Biden, all of them, right? Dr. Fauci, you name it. They got already got the documents of impeachment filled out. Retire or be impeached.
Merrick Garland has abused his position of power as the Attorney General to politically persecute Joe Biden's enemies. And
hold on, somebody sent me a donation. Who was that? Silverback, good looking out on the donation, right? I didn't read that, right? Silverback, good looking out on that donation. If you want to donate like Silverback, oh, I got another DP in the house. P. Mosley, why my video shit ain't going up? I said knew P. Mosley and DP was in the house. Why my video thing ain't going up? My shit is tripping. They must be mad I got this election shit up on here, right? But everybody, right, listen to this, DP. Listen to this. Silverback, that's my baby mama right there. Listen to this, P. Mosley. They're going after every Democrat. Line them up.
The whole purpose of this is to prevent President Trump from ever being able to hold office. So I'm on my way in the Capitol right now, and I'm introducing articles of impeachment on Merrick Garland.
On Merrick Garland. Everybody want Merrick Garland to go. Merrick Garland, your ass gotta go, right? When Republicans take over the Senate and the House, your ass gotta go.
That very same night, just hours after a Democratic hitman tried to kill Brett Kavanaugh, you had left-wing street militias announcing on the internet, in public, in advance, that they were going to go violate federal law by protesting in front of a justice's home.
And your guy's illegitimate, and the American people are awakening to that. And we don't care what you have to say, and I dare Merrick Garland to take that crap there last night and try to indict Donald J. Trump. We dare you, because we will impeach. We're winning in November, and we're going to impeach you and everybody around you.
Did you hear that? We're going to impeach you and everybody around you, right? The Republicans is not playing. They sending out shots. Garland, your ass is first on the list. We don't know if you first, Fauci first, or whoever first, Nancy first, but y'all got a hit list out. The Republicans are going after your ass with no political violence, right? With political policies, right? They finna get your ass up out of there. They give you a warning, right? And it done stepped up within this last month. People ain't reporting this, right? People ain't talking about this, especially fake news. And I don't know why Fox not talking about this. They're going after the Democrats.
Now that this raid has been inflicted on President Trump, should we be looking for an impeachment of President Biden and Attorney General Garland in the future?
I think there's a significant chance we will see either or both.
As you say, there's an explicit federal law against protesting in front of the homes of judges or jurors. Yet again, the feckless and hapless Attorney General Merrick Garland did nothing.
This is
That's wrong.
shameful. Judge, this is shameful. This testimony, your directive, your performance is shameful.
That's not.
Thank God you are not on the Supreme Court.
Even though he had advanced knowledge, he should resign in disgrace. And if he won't resign in disgrace, then we should start impeachment proceedings against him in January.
They're sending you warning shots. You're getting impeached, Garland. There's no way around it, right? We're going to start impeachment proceedings. Garland, your ass is the first to go.
As I said, I am sure there were conversations with the White House. I have no idea whether there were conversations with the School Board Association.
Well, I bet we're going to find out if there were, and if it doesn't happen now, it'll happen in 15 months when Republicans are in charge.
Well, there's nothing wrong with there being such conversations.
Their election of duty at the highest level. And I think Joe Biden deserves to be impeached because he's abandoned thousands of Afghans who fought with us, and he's going to abandon some American citizens.
Garland, your ass ain't the only one getting impeached, right? Remember, the Afghan war, it still haven't been questions answered about the Afghan war. What happened? What went wrong? Why they have been left behind? What's the dangers, right? What's the aftermath, right? We still don't know shit, right? And why is that, right? Well, you're going to get it. Well, we're going to find out why that is, right? Because people is getting impeached, right? You ain't doing your job. The Republicans is letting you know, Millie, what was that? FBI, Ray, all y'all ass, Fauci, all y'all ass is getting impeached.
As troop withdrawal from Afghanistan nears an end, some Republican lawmakers are not going to be satisfied by hearings and investigations into what happened.
If this isn't a case for really taking seriously impeaching Biden, I don't know what is. We're seeing on the national, on the world stage, a humanitarian crisis like we've never seen before.
They want those responsible for planning the chaotic withdrawal to resign.
They're all chaotic. If you have something to do with Afghanistan, Ukraine, any of that shit, right? Blowing up innocent citizens, you're going to have to answer, right? The Republicans is coming after your ass and they're holding your ass responsible.
All throughout this administration is a dereliction of duty and a refusal to abide by the laws of this land. And that's what impeachment is for. America is less safe under the leadership of this administration.
Congressman Andy Harris and Ralph Norman's resolution is the first to call for a Biden administration official to be impeached.
Keep your word, man up, take responsibility, get our citizens and our allies out of there.
Their target, Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Antony Blinken, your ass gotta go too, You gotta go AD, that nigga gotta go, right? Garland gotta go. All y'all gotta go. All you son of bitches getting impeached. The paperwork is already drawn up. Y'all gotta go.
Secretary Blinken, of course, ignored the advice of 23 diplomats writing from the Kabul embassy earlier in July, warning of this rapid fall should the Taliban begin taking over parts of the country.
We were under the belief in the spring and summer of this year that the Afghan military would stand up and fight. And the military and the government was telling us that if you start the mass evacuation of the embassy, of Afghans, it is going to sap the will from our soldiers to stand up and defend the country.
Congressman Harris says to impeach Secretary Blinken, the House needs a simple majority vote. Catholic Congressman Andy Harris tells me in the private sector, someone would have been fired. Congressman Ralph Norman is co-sponsoring the articles of impeachment. The South Carolina representative tweeted, quote, Secretary Blinken played a vital role in this foreign policy failure, and his dereliction of duty deserves nothing less than impeachment. And
retire or be impeached, Blinken. Retire or be impeached, Garland. You got two choices, right? After tomorrow, you better retire or be impeached. Any Democrat has something to do with any of these policies, right? Anything that harms the country, you're going to have to retire or be impeached. You have no choice. There is no third option. There ain't no working it out.
In the Senate?
I am pretty certain that there is a reasonable chance that 51 senators would agree that Secretary Blinken has failed and has been derelict in his duty.
We need 51 senators. 51. 51. Blinken gone. 51. Garland gone. 51. Nancy Pelosi gone. 51. Fauci already gone. Right? 51. FBI Ray gone. 51. Hunter Biden ass gone. 51. All these son of a bitches is gone.
On the Senate side, Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn tweeted, quote, Joe Biden has led our country straight into danger.
So there's so many investigations planned. I think people would be remiss to say, oh, Kevin McCarthy would never do it.
Did you hear that? So many. Did you see that look on her face? She like, it's so many investigations that's going on, right? So she's going after. They're going to make Kevin McCarthy go after people we don't even know about, right? It's so many investigations, right? All you sons of bitches going to jail. General Milley, your ass going to getting impeached too.
President Biden, Secretary Austin, and General Milley should resign or also face impeachment.
President Biden is defending the nation's top general after calls for him to resign.
I can only conclude, General Milley, I can only conclude that your advice about staying in Afghanistan was rejected. I'm shocked to learn that your advice wasn't sought until August 25th on staying past the August 31 deadline.
A new book says that General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told China that the U.S. was not going to start a war in the final months of the Trump administration.
He gonna have to answer. Remember, he was talking to China behind our back, right? He was doing shit over in Afghanistan, lying about shit. He got to answer, right? He has the answer. The Republicans going to impeach. You got to retire or be impeached. It's one or the other, General Milley, right? You got plenty of dirt on your hands. You got to retire or be impeached. Which one are you going to be, right? You ain't supposed to tell China our secrets, right? You ain't supposed to lie about shit over there in Afghanistan. You ain't supposed to call our army racist and put all that gender shit up in there, gender neutral shit up in there, and CRT. You ain't supposed to turn our military gay, General Milley, your ass got some questions to answer, right? Just like everybody from the Joe Biden administration got some questions to answer.
Military and communicated with a military opponent of the United States, China, and promised to tip them off to any action that the United States might take before we would do it.
The former president and other critics say that Milley went beyond his authority and undermined civilian control of the military.
I understand that you're the principal military advisor, but you advise, you don't decide, the president decides.
Last night on Twitter, I called for Joe Biden to be impeached and removed.
If that's true, then I'm afraid General Milley needs to be fired or resign.
Retire or retire. He say fire or retire, right? You can say it either way, resign or fire or quit, whatever, but your ass gonna get impeached. Resign or quit. We don't give a fuck which one it is, right? But when the Republicans win, your ass is getting impeached.
But if all this is true, General Milley, why haven't you resigned?
Okay, let's go to the next one. Go to the next one. Nevada. Trump is up plus 12. And by the way, look at your friends over there. You see that? Laxalt is up plus 5. Lombardo up against the governor. Sisolak, a real beauty, he is up 5. That's great. Trump up 12.
I know you've talked about the idea that there may be a special select committee. Do you expect an impeachment vote against President Biden if Republicans take over the House?
Let's go to the next one.
That's why it's very important. That's why Donald Trump is reading these numbers. He letting you know it's very important we win all these houses because we get them 51 seats, right? Joe Biden ass is out of there.
These are great polls. They just came out. General election, Trump plus 11 on Joe Biden. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's North Carolina.
I believe there's a lot of pressure on Republicans to have that vote, to put that legislation forward and to have that vote. I think that is something that some folks are considering.
Wow.
They're going after Joe Biden. They're letting you know, Joe. They're letting you know. All them bank, all that big man shit, Tony Bobulinski, all them people fit to come into play.
I think he ought to be removed using the 25th Amendment. Even some Democrats have even talked about that, or even an impeachment. But please clarify.
Remember, right, they tried to say Donald Trump was crazy, right? Remember, they tried to say Donald Trump mental fitness was fucked up, right? Way before he was even in office, right? They tried to say he was crazy, right? But we got history with Joe Biden being crazy, and ain't nobody saying nothing about him in the 25th Amendment, right? Is this democracy, right? Is this democracy?
Specifically, have you taken a cognitive test?
No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test?
And we can, and we will impeach Joe Biden.
Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, if you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not, what do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
What do you say? Isn't that nice? Look at that one. Plus 13. Wow. You know what that is, don't you? You know what state that is? Look at that. Plus 13. Nobody wants to see that.
Especially the Democrats.
Kansas. Great place. Plus 13.
Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Biden placing direct blame on his predecessor for refusing to accept the 2020 election results, calling that unsubstantiated mindset destructive.
What's next? These just came out. Missouri, Trump, plus 16. I love Missouri. Joe Biden. So we're 53, Biden's 37.
Right? They thought Donald Trump was going to announce his presidency, right, yesterday. But I think he's going to announce it tomorrow. You're seeing all the polls he announced he up in. I'm up in this state. I'm up in this state. You know what I'm saying? He letting you know that he up in every state, right? That he's a top in every state, right? Even comparing to Joe Biden, he comparing to Republicans, other Republicans, right? And he comparing his number to Joe Biden. He's setting up for a big announcement. Everybody thought it was going to be last night, right? He brought his family there and everybody and everything. But I think it's going to be tomorrow. He's going to announce he's running for president.
Presidents appealing to voters to use their ballots to stand up against election lies, deniers, and violence.
Oklahoma, plus 29. I love Oklahoma. Wow.
Republican leaders warning that impeachment could be on the table for this man, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Mayorkas, your ass gotta go too, huh? Remember all the border shit? Remember all the stuff with the border officers and stuff like that, lying on them and stuff like that? Mayorkas, your ass gotta go. Garland gotta go. Blinken gotta go. Mayorkas gotta go. All of them gotta go. Y'all ass gotta go.
over the southern border.
Well, look, I agree with everything he's saying. First of all, I think Mayorkas should be impeached day one if we take back Congress.
It's the federal government's responsibility to protect the citizens of the United States, and in particular the states in the United States, from an invasion. And in my judgment, that is also an impeachable offense.
Entries traffic more than 4.5 million human beings into our country in the last 20 months. The fentanyl that's coming in, it's killing our kids. This dereliction of duty at the southern border alone.
Well, there are now further calls for the Secretary of Homeland Security to be impeached. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is in hot water after an email obtained by Fox News' Bill Melugin found that he basically went against his own border agents.
You're going against your own border agents, right? They're lying, and then you go on the national TV and lie about it, talking about what the border officers done, right? And they didn't do it, right? Your ass got to answer to it. Your ass is getting fired, huh? Mayorkas, the border crisis, all that shit. Oh, the border is secure. Your ass got to go. Republicans get in, Mayorkas, your ass got to go the first day.
Mayorkas says, he's violated the oath he took. He's a Homeland, he's a Secretary of Homeland Insecurity. This country's less safe under his leadership.
Arizona Representative Andy Biggs, who is very interested in these issues at the border, and they are arguing that he has failed to enforce the laws on the books. And this is something that Republicans really grilled the secretary on in 3 congressional hearings.
He failed for 16 months straight. Every month's a record-breaking month, and May numbers be coming out in a couple weeks, and it's going to be another record-breaking month. It's going to be over 220,000. Mayorkas needs to leave because he lied in front of Congress. He committed perjury under oath in front of Congress.
And the fact that many individuals who are unlawfully present in the United States have been contributing members to this country, and our resources should not be dedicated.
So are you denying that on
them.
January 20th, 2022, you told U.S. Conference of Mayors the following, that unlawful presence in the United States will alone not be a basis for an immigration enforcement
I'm
action?
not denying that. What
Okay, great. Thank
what
you. I'm sharing
with you, Congressman, is that
the rationale for it.
Right? He rationalizing illegal immigration, right? Remember, he helped Joe Biden transfer the people. He the one dropped the 42nd Amendment, right? He got to answer for this shit. He's the border czar. He's the reason he can order more officers to the border and secure the border. His ass got to go. You ain't been doing your job. Your ass got to go. The border is perfectly secure. That's a lie, and he got to answer for it. If you want him to answer for this damn border, right, and this immigration problem, right, you got to vote Republican.
Appreciate that. Is drawn from my memorandum.
But another interesting development is that 133 House Republicans signed a letter to the secretary asking for more information about enforcement and his plans if Title 42 is ultimately.
Last year, when there was a massive influx of Haitian migrants crossing the border in Del Rio, photos circulated showing agents on horseback with what looked to be whips. These photos looked as if these agents were using whips to round up migrants who were illegally crossing the river into the United States.
What does it say? It says in this section, operational control means the prevention of all unlawful entries into the U.S., including entries by terrorists, etc. You're not preventing entries. You're fomenting entry.
The photos caused widespread criticism for the Biden administration as the actions were slammed as an inhumane treatment of migrants. This is all happening while Del Rio, which borders Texas and Mexico, was seeing about 15 to 30,000 migrants crossing the river and camping out under the international bridge.
Which Mayorkas still ain't answered for. We still don't know where they at. We still don't know where them numbers at. If he released them, where they at, we still don't know nothing about the terrorists, where they at. We don't know nothing about why the immigrants getting released. Is they reporting right? We don't know anything about that. Mayorkas ass gotta go. If you're tired of this shit, the border situation, vote Republican.
I think is grounds for impeachment for Biden and Mayorkas.
So yeah, this administration hasn't done a single thing today, after 16 months, to secure the border, take any enforcement action.
You're encouraging it. You're either accepting the Biden administration, and if that's the case, then you should be impeached.
Everything's about catch and release, bringing more people in, process quicker, release quicker, which only feeds the flames.
If you disagree with the Biden administration's program, you should resign.
Right? Resign. They're going to be impeached, right? Now, we want to talk about mental health, right? We got a president right now that's right. He's showing he's not mentally there, right? But the psychiatrists, the fake news, the liberal media, and all that say Donald Trump is the one that needs to be invoked the 25th Amendment. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be invoked on Donald Trump, right? Not Joe Biden, not the person that's in obvious, right, denial, right, obvious decline, right, but not Joe Biden. Put it on Donald Trump. Is this democracy, right? Remember, they tried to get Donald Trump out of this is democracy, right? Remember, this is like they say, not respecting a fair election, right? Voter denial, right? Election denial, right? All those shit, right? From day one, they tried to say it was Russian collusion. From day one, right? When he was certified, they protested against it, right? When he was inaugurated, they protested against that, right? When he became president, they tried to impeach him for everything from a phone call to the 25th Amendment, right? They tried to do all kind of impeachment things. It was more than that, right? Because remember, they've been trying to impeach him since 2017. The phone call that happened to supposedly 2018, 2019 lately, right? But they tried to impeach him for every other single thing else, right? So how is that respecting a democracy? How is that respecting a free and fair election? How is that respecting the vote of the American people, right? If every step that Donald Trump makes, you try to impeach him and imprison him, right? Or get him impeached, right? It doesn't make sense when they can yell that on their side, but they don't yell it on our side. Now, the mental health thing should be the biggest reason for impeachment, right? Because if you want to compare Donald Trump and you said he was crazy, right, and all the stuff he was going through, right, and you want to invoke it on him, why you ain't invoking it on Joe Biden? And his is way more obvious and way more worse.
You are the oldest president ever.
Pretty good shape, huh?
Trump mentally unfit to be president? That is an awkward question, but it's one that's being asked on every major news network in America.
There is a plan. And the plan isn't for the president to say that he's a perfect physical specimen. Did he say specimen? Maybe I could agree with that.
The 25th. Right. So they want to put the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump, saying he's mentally crazy, right? But you got Nancy Pelosi and all these Democrats on TV saying he's not mentally or physically capable of running or being president, right? Or running the country, right? So they tried to impeach him on the 25th Amendment. Never mind Joe Biden, right? The same news people, right? The same news, fake media and all that shit got equal amount of opportunity to evaluate Joe Biden the same way they evaluated Donald Trump.
The 25th Amendment would be what would be invoked if people looking at him from a mental health perspective get nervous about it.
Tomorrow, by the way, come here tomorrow. We're going to be talking about the 25th Amendment.
Which leads to my next question. You are more aware of this than anyone. Some people ask whether you are fit for the job.
I started talking about the 25th Amendment 2 weeks into the Trump presidency when it had become painfully clear that by any previous behavioral standard applied to the presidency, Donald Trump was unfit to serve.
Do you hear that? 2 weeks into his presidency, it was already caused that Donald Trump was unfit to serve. 2 weeks. Is that democracy? It wasn't just him. It was Democrat politicians too, right? Remember when he had the COVID, right? They said the medication was I didn't mean to say that, right? I don't want. Right? Let me put a little before that. The medication was perfect and it was good. It helped him get better, right? He was healthy and it worked. It was 100% and it was exactly what he needed, right? But when he was taking the stuff, right? When he got the stuff, right? They said he was crazy, right? Because he was taking the Wuhan juice and it was messing with his mind. So they tried to implement a law that wasn't even on the books to try to impeach Donald Trump and give Mike Pence the power, right? They tried to make up a law and try to get it voted on. These are the laws that the Democrats are trying to get voted on, right? If they're going to get power, if they get the Congress, right? If they get power, right? They're going to make up laws as they go, right? They tried to make up a law on the fly to impeach Donald Trump. On the fly, evoke the 25th Amendment. Right? Knew it wasn't going to pass, right? But still tried to make... think about this, right? When you're standing in line voting, right? Or when you talk about democracy, they made up a law for Donald Trump. And she finna said, even the news people say that can't go on. That shouldn't happen. That is like really fucking partisan, right? When you make up a law and get on there and try to brag about it. Yeah, we made up a law. We know it's against the Constitution, but we're going to make it up any fucking way. Is that where we want to go? Is this the people we want to have control when they make up laws on the fucking spot to say somebody crazy? And then when they make up that same law, when they see somebody crazy that's a Democrat, they don't say nothing about enforcing that law. But if they would enforce that law, Joe Biden would be impeached right now. Right? That law would have passed, it would have backfired.
Madam Speaker, I'm just curious about the timing. Why introduce this legislation now? Why not wait until the new session of Congress? Things may have changed, may have a clearer view of the arc of the legislation and the Congress.
Right? Asking them, why don't you wait, right? Instead of passing legislation, right? We finna have an election, right? Why don't wait until the new legislation, the new Congress, and then try to invoke the 25th Amendment. But they can't wait. They got to try to invoke the 25th Amendment right now and get Donald Trump out of office because the Wuhan juice is making them crazy.
And the Congress, wouldn't it be easier when the decks are cleared just to wait until the next session?
Be ready, and it takes time. And there's been a call for why not execute the 25th Amendment.
In the weeks and months that have passed since then, no one's confidence in President Trump's ability to discharge the powers and duties of his office has increased. A month into the Trump presidency, Senator Al Franken wondered aloud about the president's sanity, something that no senator had ever done with a new president.
President Trump's fitness for office is now the top story in the country.
Reports suggest that even Trump's advisors are worried about it.
Everyone around the president questions his intelligence and fitness for office.
Huh? You see that? But nobody questions Joe Biden's. Nobody questions Joe Biden. The same exact people is not questioning Joe Biden's fitness and wellness for office, right? And they tried to force the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump, but not on Joe Biden. Not on Joe Biden.
100% of the people around him. This is a conversation that people are having around the dinner table. It's one people have at the office. Members of Congress are talking about it in private, and the question is very simple. Is this a president who is able to do the job and is able to go the distance?
49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit.
And if the people, look, and if the voters say 49% of the people say Joe Biden is not fit, right? Why don't the Democrats listen to the voters and invoke the 25th Amendment, right? The voters are saying this. Democrats are saying this. Joe Biden is not fit, right? This is not a Republican. Republicans said, right? But you have Democrats saying Joe Biden is not mentally fit. Why not invoke the 25th Amendment on him, right, if you done it on Donald Trump? And no Republican voters were saying Donald Trump was mentally unfit. None of them. You have Democratic voters saying he's mentally unfit. But Donald Trump, the crazy one. He needs the 25th Amendment invoked on him.
Oh, that's not what we're doing. We're saying let us Congress exert the power that the Constitution gave it.
Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
And that the truth is that there are people having an active conversation about whether or not he'll last. And we said, let's actually test that on the basis of law and history.
Well, I'll let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Well, so the question I have for you, sir, if you'd let me finish, is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness?
But Donald Trump is the crazy one. It's them trying to say we're going to use the 25th Amendment, but we're going to put some shit up in there about the 25th Amendment, right? To make it applicable to Donald Trump so we can impeach Donald Trump under the 25th Amendment, right?
The Chief of Staff? Is it the Vice President? Is it the Secretary of State?
U.S. Representative Jamie Raskin, a former constitutional law professor at American University, and the Democratic Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, introducing the new bill, a bill that's unlikely to garner Republican support.
A new bill so they can try to impeach Donald Trump. A new bill. We're going to create some new shit. So we can't impeach you on the regular shit. We're going to create some new shit to try to impeach you with.
The 25th Amendment creates a path for preserving stability if a president suffers a crippling physical or mental problem and is, quote, in the amendment, unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office.
Concerns have gotten so bad that Trump agreed to be screened for dementia as part of his last health exam. None of this has to do with Trump's political positions. They have to do with his ability to understand the world around him and make good decisions.
Understand the world around him and make good decisions. Do you think Joe Biden understands the world around him when he's talking to dead people, shaking hands with mid-air, tripping on the stage, can't find the direction to the door, right? Talking to Easter bunnies, right? Do you need somebody to tell him to shut the fuck up? Always got to be circle back on, right? Always got to be cleaned up. Do you think Joe Biden know what's going on in the world or in his damn mind? But it's Donald Trump is the crazy one.
Psychiatrists and psychologists started going public with their concerns about the president's mental stability.
Right? Did you hear that? Psychiatrists. I want you to pay attention to that. Psychiatrists and experts has been going on records about Donald Trump's concern. That's illegal. That's the Goldwater rule. That is illegal. Illegal. So not only, right, what was they running illegal campaigns and spying on them, spying on them and shit like that, right? They was also doing illegal shit with the psychiatrists. Did you hear what he said? Psychiatrists been coming on the shows saying that Donald Trump is crazy. That is illegal.
Some of them appeared on as guests on this program. And people who knew the president well and had been very friendly with him for years began to publicly question his mental health.
Everybody wants to know, is this president of sound mind?
And if talking about this kind of thing makes you uncomfortable, wait till you see how much it's stressing out actual mental health experts.
In a series of tweets, the president insisted that he is like really smart and a very stable genius.
If he had a condition or an issue during the campaign, people close to him say it is now getting very...
It's getting worse. They saying he had an issue before the campaign. Now they're saying the issue with Donald Trump is getting worse.
Very, very troubling and very worrisome.
Last October, a group of 27 mental health experts published this book, The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump.
Mental health experts. Do you hear that? Psychiatrists and mental health experts. That's illegal.
They warned that Trump's behavior shows him to be dangerously unstable.
This is a president isolated and out of control and in decline.
Describing him as a pathological narcissist who's delusional, suffers from paranoid ideation, lacks conscience and empathy, and exhibits a host of destructive and dangerous psychiatric symptoms.
Damn, that's some crazy way out shit, right? Psychopath. I mean, that sounds like worse than Jeffrey Dahmer diagnosis right there. Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't diagnosed with all that shit when he was seeing psychiatrists, right? You saying his shit is work. Well, Donald Trump shouldn't be president. We need to watch his ass for being a serial killer. Motherfucker said psychiatrist, madness, paranoia, anger. Like, damn. I hope that Donald Trump don't go to no gay clubs. It's gonna be a whole lot of heads in the refrigerator. He was psycho. They saying before, wherever it was before he became president, evidently it done got worse, right? He needs the 25th Amendment. But Joe Biden, he perfectly fine. He don't need anything.
I think he's such a narcissist. It is possible that he's mentally ill in a way.
Yeah, it's rough. 2 months after its publishing, the book's editor met with 12 U.S. senators to talk about Trump's mental fitness.
He's not.
12 U.S. senators to talk about Trump's mental health. That's illegal.
Not well.
No.
At the very least, he's not well.
That editor's name?
It's Dr. Bandy Lee. I am a forensic psychiatrist at Yale School of Medicine and an internationally recognized expert on violence.
And then came this on Sunday, a wordless tweet that presumably captured the president's frame of mind, his state of mind.
That nigga looked at anger. Look how he looked. He looked mad, right? Right, because Donald Trump had to put up a meme of CNN, right, and him beating the shit out of CNN as a wrestler, right? This dude got mad. Nigga, you work for MSNBC. What you getting mad for?
About CNN.
Since the book came out, Dr. Lee has become kind of the face of mental health experts warning about Trump.
We express our consensus view that Mr. Trump is a danger to national and international security.
Huh? This is a psychiatrist saying this, right? Right? This is fake news saying this. Then you have Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats saying Donald Trump should be impeached under the 25th Amendment, right? Not because he's crazy. One say he's crazy. One say he's crazy because of medicine. One say he's crazy because his brain fucked up.
But it's certainly getting the attention of President Donald Trump, who tweeted, quote, "Crazy Nancy is the one who should be under observation. They don't call her crazy for nothing."
Some of the psychological signs are impulsivity, recklessness, paranoid reactions, having a loose grip on reality, lacking empathy, having rage reactions, all.
Wait a minute. Damn, don't that sound like some Jeffrey Dahmer shit right there? Some O.J. Simpson and impulsivity? I don't even know what that is, right? Recklessness, right? I only heard about drivers driving recklessly, right? Paranoid reactions, right? I heard that's crackhead. That's some shit Hunter Biden probably had. A loose grip on reality? Whoa, that's some shit on Joe Biden, talking to dead people, lacking empathy, right? That sounds like the whole Democratic Party. Rage reactions, that's Black Lives Matter. Good looking on the donation, DP. China. Oh yeah. China. I should have put that in. Why don't you go ask China? I forgot, DP. You just remind me. I should have put in that piece. Why don't you go ask China? You go ask China that question, maybe they give you a different answer. I should have put that in, DP. I forgot. My bad. Why don't you ask China? That'd be good right there. Yeah, China is saying that. This is Chinese propaganda. This is probably the little Fang Fang, DP, right? It's always the Asians talking about Donald Trump crazy, right? It's always the Asians getting protected by the Democrats because Donald Trump put them on blast, right? She probably had got something to do with the Wuhan. She probably a Wuhan lab technician or something. Donald Trump got impulsivity, recklessness, all this old shit. Come on, man. Right? Is this democracy or what? Right? They treat the regular president who got good mental health, right? They treat him like shit, but they treat the crazy one like he got all the damn brains.
All of these are highly associated with violence.
One thing I notice is that she starts almost every interview about Trump by saying this.
I'd like to make clear that I speak for myself and not representing the views of Yale University.
She did it in our interview too.
I would like to make clear that I'm speaking on...
Because it's illegal. It's illegal, right? But you're going to see them same psychiatrists. Watch what I tell you, right? And I'm telling you it's illegal right now, right? And I'm finna explain, right? The Goldwater rule, right? But it's illegal then, and it's illegal now. When Donald Trump ran for office, you're gonna see all these psychiatrists come back on all these stations doing the exact same thing, which is illegal, right? Getting on there talking about he crazy, right? You notice why she say, I'm not speaking for this, I'm not speaking for that, I'm speaking for myself, because she know it's illegal, and that's how they get away with it.
Of course, I think she's an animal too, you want to know the truth? They'll say, oh, what a horrible thing he said about Nancy. She impeached me twice for nothing.
And young. He said he was young. That his disassociation from reality would be funny if it weren't so deadly.
Nothing. They'll say, oh, these people, the fakers back there. They'll say, what a horrible thing. He called Nancy Pelosi an animal. Let me tell you, what she does to this country or what she did and the turmoil. And it was all, I used the word yesterday, I shouldn't. My great First Lady got very upset. I said, I will never use the word bullshit again.
Pelosi arguing that it's Congress's sacred duty to protect the Constitution and America's democracy.
I think that the public needs to know the health condition of the president.
Right? But not Joe Biden. Remember when Joe Biden had the, what you call it, right? And they were like, is Joe Biden good? And has Joe Biden been tested? And Joe Biden been this? And Joe Biden, well, that's a doctor this and that's a doctor this. But then when it's Donald Trump, they want his shit on blast. We want his shit in the open. Is this democracy? Huh? They tried to take Donald Trump's, right? And he was good, right? Joe Biden got it 3 different times in a week, right? If we don't know who he gave it to, right? And he wasn't good. Shaking hands with sons of bitches and all that out of the country. Right, he don't know how he got it. Right, they ain't said how he got it. But soon as Donald Trump, oh, it's a super spreader, it's this, it's that, right? We need to know his medical records, or we need to impeach him. But when it came to Joe Biden, oh, we need to keep it on the low. We need to keep it secret. We need to protect his medical rights, right? Right. Donald Trump came out and was talking to the people. Hey, man, I got this, and this is how I'm feeling. It's all good, and I'm going to be back on the trail. It's not going to stop me. And, I'm going to be right there. I'll be good. I've been taking this. I've been taking that. I feel like this. I feel like that. I'm getting better. He sat there and gave you a play-by-play. Where Joe Biden at? Nowhere to be found, in the basement. But they still want to impeach Donald Trump because they said he wasn't mentally fit because he was taking the Wuhan juice.
Let us see a date, a time, when you last tested negative.
Pelosi and others say Congress needs a mechanism to intervene. The proposed blue ribbon 16-member commission with one chairman able to take urgent action, she says, if the country finds itself on the verge of chaos.
Right? On the verge of chaos, meaning if Donald Trump, right, and the country finds itself on the verge of chaos, whatever that means, they want to implement the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump to take it away because he on the Wuhan juice. They want to they making up some shit, y'all. Is this democracy? When you can make up shit on your political opponent right then and there? Polanski says disassociation from reality would be funny if it wasn't reality so it wasn't so deadly. While she wears cloth on her face and that doesn't do jack. Exactly. She wearing that cloth on her face that's not doing a damn thing, but she want to talk about some shit, right? Disassociated with reality. And she is the most disassociated motherfucker on the face of the earth, DP. You're disassociated with reality, but I'm going to protect myself with this face thing on my thing. Right? And it's 100%. And I'm not going to get sick of anything with this face thing on my thing. Okay. Mrs. Reality. Right? Walking to China talking about, look at me. It's not going to happen over here in Frisco. Come out here and spend your money. The next day, the whole town got sick. Right? But Donald Trump is the crazy one, DP.
Of how they respond, objective signs that we can still evaluate even if it's not enough to make a diagnosis.
But in March, the APA expanded the Goldwater rule, clarifying that rendering any professional opinion about a public figure's affect, behavior, speech, or other presentation is unethical. In other words, unless Trump agrees to a full mental health screening, never gonna happen. Tons of psychiatrists are basically barred from commenting on his mental health.
But why they do it then? Why all of them do it? Why all of them get on these channels and talk about his mental health if it was illegal, right? Remember, the MSNBC news said it, this dude said it earlier, right? Experts, right? And specialists are complimenting and saying Donald Trump is crazy. Going on news shows, even you interviewing one. This is illegal.
But Democrats say it's the president who's exhibiting worrisome behavior, pointing to medications he appears to be receiving, and what critics say has been a pattern of erratic actions, as evidenced most recently, they say, by Trump's explosive interview.
Right? The medication, right? His medication is making him sick, right? So we got to take his power away from him. They implemented a rule to take away Donald Trump power. That's what dictatorship look like, right? That's not no democracy. That's a dictatorship. When you make up a law on your political opponent to try to take his power.
Yesterday on Fox Business, where he referred to Democratic vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris as a monster.
And this monster that was on stage with Mike Pence, who destroyed her last night, by the way.
Congress, through concurrent votes in the House and the Senate, could direct the commission to conduct a medical exam of the president.
Seems to be unhinged in a way that's, I'm starting to find it a little bit frightening.
Right? They want to conduct a medical exam on President Trump because they see it a little bit as frightening that Donald Trump, right, taking medication, right? And he might flip out and the world and the country might go chaotic, so we got to take away his power, right? This is what they do. I don't think you listen. They made up a rule. So if you want these damn Democrats out of here because they're using their power, right, like no other time in the history of the United States, we got to get them up out of here. We got to bring some fairness back to this country, right?
And that is very alarming to me. Many people call it a gag rule.
Gag rule. I'm into it.
You would be.
That gag rule has a big impact on how the media talks about Trump's mental fitness. Lee worries that if they can't talk to mental health experts, journalists are more likely to normalize Trump's abnormal behavior.
He's just this steel ball that hits something, the bells go off, and then he bounces off and hits something else. And that's not the most reassuring image you want in a nuclear age at the highest levels.
Most people are not used to seeing impaired individuals day in and day out.
Hey, DP, they ought to soak them sons of bitches with gasoline, DP. Just put some Vaseline. Only the Democrats. I only prefer for the Democrats. Put some gasoline on it, right? It'll protect you from everything. And then walk your ass to a barbecue or something, right? Wear it at a barbecue. Put gasoline on it and wear it to a barbecue or a picnic or 100 degrees weather, some shit like that. It'll protect you from everything. Plus, trust me, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Damn the alcohol. Go straight to the gasoline, DP. For Democrats only. I'm giving you some advice that Dr. Versace ain't going to give you. Put some gasoline on the thing, put it on your thing, and walk down the street. And if you're a Democrat in Arizona in 155-degree weather, do us all a favor. P. Mosley, I ain't going to be so mad if they don't go after all of them who went after the president. I'm telling you, DP. I'm telling you, P. Mosley, the shit is already set up, right? They already set up the article. They just don't have the power, right? They can put it in front of the Senate right now, or they can put it in front of the House right now, and the House gonna turn it down. Like, we don't want nothing to do with it because they ain't got the power, right? But if they get at least the power of the House, right, they can do the impeachment like the Democrats done, right? They can at least do the impeachments, right, and shit like that, and get it over with, right? They can't do Joe Biden unless they do a total a red wave and get like 60 senators like Barack Obama had, right? Let's say they get some shit like that, then they got power, right? But they ain't gonna get all of that, right? So all these other people is getting impeached because think about this: the Republicans want to stay in office, and if they get in office and they don't do exactly what the fuck they said they was gonna do, it's gonna be so many people that lose faith in the Republican Party, right? So and all the people that done came over here and switched over, all the Hispanics and all the different blacks and stuff, the Republicans, even if they fail, P. Mosley, they still got to do it because they can't not allow not to do it. If they tried and failed, they got to do it, right? Because at least some motherfuckers say they tried, and we know there's some shit going on. We know there's corruption. We know, rules and all this sort of shit, but they tried. They're going to have to do something to keep our faith. And if they go ahead, right, and do like Trump do and stick by their word, guess what? It's going to be more motherfuckers coming on this side, and the Democrats ain't going to never see an election for a long-ass time until they change their ways, get some new candidates, and come with some new policies that can compete with the Republican policies.
So they will interpret signs as simple variations of the norm.
To my colleague's question, this is a president who has been impeached. You've made comments in recent days suggesting that you think his mental state might be affected by the drugs that he's on. What do you say to those who see what you're doing now and say, aha, this is just another attempt to go around the public and try to get rid of this president, through a way that's not an election?
It's tough to grapple with the possibility that the person in charge of our nuclear arsenal might be deeply unstable.
Well, let me first say what I said about the president and the drugs was there are those who believe that taking certain medications can affect your judgment.
Good looking out on the donation, David Tillman, right? Good looking out on the Cash App, right? Good looking out on the Cash App, David Tillman, consistently coming through. But did you see that? The medication that he's taking you is plenty of people say, who are these people? Who are these so-called experts, right? Let them talk, right? The so-called people, right, said that the juice ain't no good, right? It made people sick, right? So we need somebody to go in his place or make people mad, and it fucks with people's mind. Why are you saying this shit fuck with people's mind and you want people to take it? Why are you saying that? Why are you saying it messes with people's mind and then you want to promote people to put it up in them? If it fuck with his mind, that means it's going to fuck with mine. Don't say that, Nancy.
I don't know.
The magnitude of the threat is so great that the mind's defense will lead one to minimizing it and denying it.
Okay, let's say what I actually said. I don't know. That's what I said on a call with my members. So you may have gotten it through several times. Remember, there are those medical professionals who say that certain medications can impair judgment.
Right? And that is the Wuhan juice, right? She's saying she don't know. I don't know. But we need to put this law up in there just in case, right? And even though she don't know, she want to put that law up in there, right? And once you put that law in there, you gonna invoke the law, even though you don't know, right? But plenty of doctors said it, right? Plenty of health experts said it, but you don't know for sure, huh? Do that even make sense? Why make a law on something you don't know for sure? The power move. Does that look like democracy to you? When somebody make up laws that they don't know nothing about and don't know the outcome of or the importance or the effect on certain things, but make up the law any fucking way to try to impeach somebody? Is that what democracy look like?
I don't know.
So instead, our brains look for other explanations for Trump's behavior.
So I want to believe he's just dishonest, not delusional.
Trump peddles conspiracy theories about Obama's birth certificate, and he's just playing to his base.
So that we would like to have it in place, and it could be said for future presidencies. If the president wins this election, yes, it would apply to him.
Is there
right? Now imagine if Joe Biden, imagine they would have had that rule out, and Joe Biden right now, would they would have enforced that on Joe Biden? Even though he got control of the House and the Senate, but they would enforce the same thing on Joe Biden if they thought Joe Biden wasn't able to conduct his duties as a president? Well, they would have done it in the same way as they were trying to do Donald Trump? I think not, because they're not trying to invoke no special rules of the 25th Amendment on Joe Biden. They're not trying to implement the regular rules of the 25th Amendment on Joe Biden. They don't have to make up no rules, right? Everybody can see, right? And even the Democrats can see that Joe Biden is not mentally fit to run for office or be president, right? He wasn't fit to run for office.
Is there some strategy in bringing up the Obama birth certificate thing again?
Trump is not delusional. He's being very politically savvy.
If he doesn't, it'll apply to the next president of the United States.
Which should be evidence of a serious emergency gets downplayed as just Trump being Trump.
Donald Trump's a different type of guy. I mean, he operates differently. That difference has made him very successful.
According to published reports, Donald Trump will do an on-camera interview later today with a doctor.
There are just no words to describe the arrogant, dismissive, and hard-hearted attitude that we are seeing from the president's team.
The president's team, including Dr. Versace. Dr. Versace, your ass got to go too, right? You know that the Republicans is coming after your ass too. That's why you want to retire. That's why Nancy Pelosi want to retire. That's why all these Democrats want to retire all of the fucking sudden, right? I'm no longer in the game. We need immunity. We need all this other shit. No, they coming after you, Dr. Versace.
President Biden was elected. One of the first things he did was to ask me to join and be his chief medical advisor, which I took as a great honor and I enthusiastically accepted. I thought that was going to last about a year. that we would be having COVID behind us after a year. But obviously,
a year? What? Joe Biden lied to your ass too, or did you lie to Joe Biden? Which one of y'all was saying you gonna kill the COVID, to kill the virus? Which one of you sons of bitches said it? I thought it was gonna be over in a year. I got hired under Joe Biden's team because I thought it was gonna be over in a year. How, Dr. Basauchi? How? How did you expect that? How did you expect the number? You said it was gonna be around for a minute. You said it's gonna keep on coming around when you was in the Trump administration, seasonal. Now all of a sudden you say, oh, it's going to be, I thought it was going to be a year and it was going to be over with. No, under the Trump administration, you said it was going to come around. You were saying, when Trump said it was going to die and he was going to kill it, you were saying, no, it's not. It's going to come back this way, it's going to come back that way, it's going to be variants. But now all of a sudden, since you want to retire, you want to say, oh, I thought it was going to be gone in a year. No, Dr. Fauci, your ass is getting investigated.
Painfully so, that's not the case.
Dr. Fauci, knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress, do you wish to retract your statement of May 11th where you claimed that the NIH never funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Former President Trump, obviously a Republican. We want to talk about other Republicans. Some Republicans in Congress, including Senator Rand Paul, say they do plan to subpoena your records and call you to testify if they take control after the midterm.
Huh? Do you want Dr. Basauchi to face this, what he been doing to you? Huh? And your kids? Huh? All the shit he made you lose? All the shit he ain't answering to? You better vote Republican because remember this nigga retired. Right? The Democrat ain't gonna bring his ass back in for questioning. You better vote Republican. We need him to answer these damn questions, right? We need him to answer the question about the origins of it, right? The decisions he made, right? The shit he said, right? Everything, the lock, we need him to answer all that shit. We need Dr. Basauchi held responsible for the shit he said. Fuck that retirement, right? Nigga, bring your ass to this hearing and answer these real questions.
Senator Paul, I have never lied before the Congress, and I do not retract that statement.
Makers, and you have clashed many times, and they are expected to take over the House this fall, potentially. And they promised to investigate you if they did. Huh?
You hear that? Everybody getting warned. CNN is even telling these motherfuckers. Remember, they not on Fox News telling them. They on CNN and MSNBC telling you, hey, the Republicans are coming after your ass, Millie. The Republicans is coming after your ass, Fauci. The Republicans is coming after your ass, Ray. The Republicans is coming after all of y'all ass. What are you going to do? You better retire or get fired.
Did that have any role in your departure?
Let me finish. You take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans. Right. You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about. I have nothing to hide, and I can defend everything I've done, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
But this isn't about anything to say, we got to do something like this about the election. It's not about the election at all.
It's not? It's not? Right? It's all about the election. Saying Donald Trump crazy and playing Joe Biden the same after the election, and when they lose, watch all of them turn on Joe Biden.
One of Lee's colleagues has a great name for this phenomenon. He calls it malignant normality.
Ooh.
I know, it's a great drag name. The result is that journalists end up missing big danger signs, signs that mental health experts could catch.
And I thank the distinguished gentleman from Maryland for this. This has been, we could have done this a while back. But the timing is for now because people want to know. We have to give some comfort to people that there is a way to do this.
Pundits will...
To impeach the president. They're trying to make up the rule to impeach the president. We need to let the people know there's a way to do this. And that is impeach Donald Trump for mental fitness.
We'll simply say that's just Trump being Trump, or it's tough talk. One crucial contribution that mental health professionals can make is to distinguish between what is normal and what is malignantly not.
Very respectful of not making a judgment on the basis of a comment or behavior that we don't like, but based on a medical decision, again, with the full...
She lying. Talking about she wanted to base the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump based on medical. No, you don't. Donald Trump ain't had nobody to diagnose him. He ain't had no psychiatrist talk to him. You ain't talk to all psychiatrists. We ain't heard no opinion or different opinion. None of that. You ain't done no research. It ain't been no long term. None of that. You going off some shit that's supposed to be new and saying, you know what, it's fucking with his decision making and he might be going crazy. So we need to strip him of his powers or find out a way how we can. Is that democracy?
Involvement of the Vice President of the United States.
But the bigger problem with the APA's gag order is that it surrenders debates about Trump's mental fitness to non-experts.
Isn't it remarkable that we're talking about the president's mental state?
To political commentators or partisan pundits who actually aren't qualified to talk about this.
That make it legit for a former senator or a former intelligence director or countless current mental health professionals to talk about the president's mental health out in the open.
Countless, you hear that? Countless mental health experts to talk about his mental health out in the open. It's illegal.
Actually aren't qualified to talk about this.
I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you what I see and hear.
I'm not a doctor, but I can see that he is not the sharp mind that he was.
I'm not a doctor, but his behavior is erratic.
To me, that's classic narcissism. I'm not a doctor, but...
For those medical...
Right? It's the Goldwater rule, right? Goldwater, remember the Goldwater. She explained the Goldwater rule and why it's important.
Professionals. Barry Goldwater, 1964, he ran for president and he had some controversial ideas. And because of those, Fact Magazine did a survey asking people about Goldwater's mental health.
Leaving mental health issues to pundits, non-professionals can keep the public in the dark and keep them confused.
That magazine then published the results with this headline saying 1,189 psychiatrists say Goldwater is psychologically unfit to be president.
These discussions can quickly become train wrecks, where mental fitness is used as a weapon to smear political opponents.
Right? They was on Goldwater and they was on Donald Trump. Good looking on the donation 160, right? Do you see this? Huh? They done it on Donald Trump. They're not doing it on Joe Biden. The 25th Amendment. Joe Biden is obviously not in the right state of mind. But the Democrats don't want to talk about it. They're going to talk about it after this election because guess what? The Republicans is going to have the subpoena power and they're going to subpoena Joe Biden ass. Believe that.
Goldwater sued Fact Magazine for libel. He won.
Donald Trump sues Facebook and social media and Twitter and all that. We don't know if he would have won or we don't know if he went to court because now it's a different owner. I think Donald Trump probably dropped that lawsuit. But Donald Trump sued the internet, Twitter and all that shit for the same thing. Huh? For the same thing. It's the same thing they done to Goldwater. It's the same thing they done to Donald Trump. Huh? Said he was crazy and let the media run with it. Or hear stories, right? And said Donald Trump was lying for talking about it, right? Think about it. The same thing that happened to Goldwater. Right? It wasn't no internet back then. It was the magazines. It wasn't no Facebook. It wasn't no YouTube. It wasn't no Instagram. It wasn't no Twitter. It was magazines and newspapers. And that's how you got your information. The same way we get our information right now, social media. They lied on Goldwater just like they lied on Donald Trump. Said he was crazy. Said he needed to be handed the 25th Amendment needed to be invoked on him. You hear that 160? Them some lying sons of bitches.
So many of the traits of a sociopath this man is displaying.
I can't explain this crazy behavior, but I can call it crazy.
Quickly thereafter, the American Psychiatric Association made it the rule of ethics for its members. Do not offer a professional opinion about someone in the public eye unless that doctor has conducted an exam of that specific person.
Well, how is they able to do it? How's Lil Fang Fang able to do it? DP, how's Lil Fang Fang able to do it right on Donald Trump? If you're not able to give your opinion unless you're diagnosed with it, how's Lil Fang Fang and all these other experts getting on fake news doing the exact same thing which is illegal for a psychiatrist to do, right? They supposed to be get their medical license stripped. They supposed to be fined. They supposed to be censored. They supposed to be all that shit. You cannot talk about a medical patient that your ass ain't observed, or he ain't gave you the permission to release the information, right? That's illegal. Why you think Joe Biden shit ain't getting released, right? That's illegal. But you want to get here and diagnose Donald Trump as being crazy. That's illegal.
To accept that it is simply a political issue or a partisan issue is an attempt to normalize the discourse, your ideology versus mine.
Yes, the 37,000 psychiatrists in the APA should not be speaking about a public figure's mental health without having had a session with them.
Huh? The same thing with Donald Trump. How's all y'all experts getting on TV, on CNN, MSNBC, and giving diagnosis to Donald Trump, even though you ain't saw him yet, even though he wasn't your patient, huh? You can't do that. You're supposed to get your medical license stripped.
That seems pretty reasonable.
No one's a doctor tonight that I've seen and somehow say because you don't like what he said tonight in his speech that he's somehow unfit to be commander-in-chief. That is the most ridiculous. Done.
Hey, everybody, stop.
Don't say that on a liberal channel. Stop. Don't say that on a liberal channel that Donald Trump is fit to run for office. That's illegal on a liberal channel. You can't say that because they say Donald Trump is crazy as a son of a bitch.
Trump has made questions about his mental fitness unavoidable. What remains to be seen is whether actual experts will be allowed to answer them.
So it's really something that's been great, but you need stamina, you need physical health, and you need mental health.
During a recent town hall on Fox News,
and they was trying to warn you about Joe Biden mental health before the election, right? And people didn't take heed of it, right? Now Joe Biden mental health was on full display before the election, right? He has to go. We got to get his ass up out of here. We need to get the Republicans, the House, right, and the Senate so we can get Joe Biden the hell up out of here. He needs to go. His mental fitness is not right. And they knew this before he was president. The Democrats knew it. The voters knew it. The Republicans knew it. Everybody knew Joe Biden wasn't right before the election. They wrote videos about it. But since fake news, right, and the liberal media didn't want the message out, they hid a lot of this shit. They hid a lot of videos, right? They didn't censor them, but they didn't promote them, right? They didn't promote all the mistakes, all the gas, all the fuck up, all the mental blocks. All the people were saying that Joe Biden wasn't mentally fit. Even the Democrats, right? Bernie Sanders didn't want to admit it, but he knew Joe Biden wasn't mentally fit. He said, I'll leave it up to the voters. And guess what? He did. And guess what happened? Now y'all know what Bernie Sanders was saying, right? And what all the people were saying way before Joe Biden was even president, way before y'all even cast a vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. People were saying Joe Biden was crazy. Where's the democracy? Now, not only is it a rumor now, he done proved it. Where is the democracy? Where is the 25th Amendment evoked on Joe Biden? Where is it at? If this is a fair country, then get his ass up out of here. We got to vote Republicans in and get the Democrats out so we can get Joe Biden ass out too. Nancy Pelosi ass out too. Get all these sons of bitches out. They don't deserve their position in the White House, right? We can't keep we can't keep on pretending, right, and avoiding that this nigga Joe Biden ain't got all his sense. You can't avoid that, right? You can't get over that. You have to tell the truth. The Democrats did.
Bernie Sanders was asked to comment on what everyone's been talking about, which is his political opponent's mental decline.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Some of Joe Biden's answers don't make sense.
Tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday. All right, Chuck. Thank you very much.
All right. It's Chris, but anyway.
I love this place. Look, what's not to like about Vermont?
Do you think it's acceptable for a presidential candidate to respond to questions like Joe Biden does?
Right? They knew Joe Biden was crazy. It wasn't no secret, right? The person asking the question knew Joe Biden was crazy, right? Bernie Sanders knew Joe Biden was crazy. Brett Baird knew Joe Biden was crazy. Everybody knows Joe Biden was crazy, but except the voters. Why is that?
You had people like Margaret Thatcher, you had people like the former chairman and leader of the party
Well, let me just say this. Joe Biden is a friend of mine. I've known him for many, many years.
This day, 30 years ago, Nelson Mandela walked out of prison and entered into discussions about apartheid. I had the great honor of meeting him.
Well, evidently, that nigga is Nelson Mandela friend too, right? Because he met him, right? So you friends with him, and he great friends with Nelson Mandela, right? Joe Biden has recounted a story 3 times in 2 weeks about being arrested on his way to see Nelson Mandela. He did not mention in his memoir or speak properly of it before, right? So by the lie, I mean, is it mental, right? They're not saying anything when Joe Biden sit up here and lie and got to walk back stories and policies about Russia and China and Mexico and Ukraine and taxes and Social Security, and I mean he got COVID, and I mean he got to walk back on everything, right? Even his claims of his stories of meeting Nelson Mandela. Did he believe that in his mind at the time? Or did he flat out and lie? Like, I mean, there's only 2 things could happen. If you have to be granted, either he knowingly lied or he didn't know no fucking better. He really thought he met Nelson Mandela. Right? I mean, I can't put it past him, right? The nigga talking to dead people. He's shaking hands with motherfuckers ain't there. Right? So I wouldn't put it past him that he did think he actually met Nelson Mandela and went to jail with him and got locked up with him until motherfuckers say, hey, Joe, that wasn't true. Right? They had to tell him, walk that shit back. Hey, man, we getting a lot of slack on that. Like, I thought I did get caught with meth. No, Joe, that's one of them things that's going on in your head. You really didn't do that. Just like that cornbread shit, that popcorn shit, that corn pop shit, that really didn't happen. The roaches with the kids, that really happened, right? I don't know where you got that corn pop story from, right? But the roaches, that happened. All that shit with the bikes and the chains, and you went down there and talked to the custodian worker and all that shit was in your head. You should recant all that. You was marching with these black people and you was a graduated head of your class. All that shit is in your head, Joe. Only you know about that shit. Go ahead and recant that Nelson Mandela shit.
I had the great honor of being arrested with our UN ambassador on the streets of Soweto.
This isn't a personal attack, but it gets to Nina's question. And the question of Joe Biden's mental acuity is not something that just comes up.
The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate. A whole range of people.
Look at Corey looking at him. They know the nigga is crazy. They knew it. Y'all don't understand. They knew this nigga was crazy. That's why they was hiding him in the basement. They knew this nigga was crazy. Look how Cory Booker looking at him like, nigga, for real? Did you just say that? He forgot what year he was in, or forgot what he was doing, or forgot who he was running with on stage. Remember, he called Donald Trump George Bush. This I can't make this shit up, y'all. I mean, there's so many gaffes you got to choose from. You can't put them all in one clip. It's so many gaffes you could just individualize, right? That Joe Biden done, right? You can't put them all on one fucking clip. Right? If you put Joe Biden's greatest hits or greatest gaffes on one single DVD or something like that, you have enough to last the whole Christmas through New Year's. Right? Look, you can make a Netflix series out of Joe Biden gaffes. Joe Biden Part 1, Ukraine gaffes. Joe Biden Part 2, Mexico gaffes. Joe Biden Part 3, bloopers and trips, falls, and collapses, right? Joe Biden Part 4, animal attacks. When his dog got bird shit dropped on his head, and dog got it tripped over a damn dog and broke his ankle, right? You can do all kind of shit, right? Joe Biden getting walked off by Secret Service, right? In a rabbit suit, your baby mama, right? When the bitch hopped on stage and tried to sock you, your baby mama have to hop you. You can do all kind of shit, right? Joe Biden tried to pronounce words. Yeah, that's gonna be like the 8th series and shit, right? Joe Biden. There's a whole Netflix series. Joe Biden denials. Right? You go make a whole Netflix. Joe Biden fall asleep gaffes. Right? Joe Biden farting in front of fucking public official gaffes. Any gaffes you want to fucking make. Joe Biden racist gaffes. Right? You have to make a series of that. You got to do the Hispanic, gay, you know. Joe Biden switch up gaffes. Change mind. I mean, you have to make. You have to go into season 2 with Joe Biden. Somebody need to come up with that shit, right? Joe Biden relationship with son, right? Then you have a Hunter Biden series. Because you know they have extra episodes and extra characters and shit, so you have to put Hunter Biden up in there. Joe Biden the laptop, Joe Biden the big guy. I mean, you just keep on. Netflix need to fuck a movie. They need to come up with a series. That's shit I can watch, eat some popcorn with, and watch for like a week. Right? Let a nigga get high and watch that shit for a week. Joe Biden smelling kids' hair. Like, what the... Like, the series keep on coming. Netflix, Amazon need to come up with this shit. And see... And watch... And look... And if I share this shit... If I share the second season, Joe Biden love the kids, and I share it, I should get my ass banned. Because that would be some perverted shit. Joe Biden love the kids. Starting off with smelling hair. Next is shoulder grabs. Next is kissing the shit out of babies. Like, the shit is getting more graphic, and next is grabbing girls by the private parts. Like, the shit is getting more graphic and graphic. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Then it'd be like Joe Biden graduated to grown women, right? Holding women by the shoulder to smelling the back of their hair. Grabbing them by the pussy. Like, damn, Joe Biden, you got a whole Netflix series of shit. Just look at that. Joe Biden, like, I got all my mental fitness, right? He looking like, what? What the fuck did Joe Biden... Look, I don't believe Joe... They knew this nigga was crazy. They knew it was crazy. Right? Like, that's like... That's like... You... Like, if you have a sister and you have a homeboy... Right, that'd be a perfect match. But you know your homeboy is crazy. You saw him beat up a couple of women. You know what I'm saying? You saw him run on his baby mama. You're not about to hook him up with your sister. You know that nigga is crazy. You probably got to whoop his ass. So you tell him, hey man, stay away from my sister. You can fuck all these other bitches, but stay away from my sister before I have to kill your ass. Huh? This Joe Biden is obviously... See now.
No, my point is
not true. The other one is here.
Senator, your thoughts?
I'm not going to go at that level in attacking. Joe and I have, that's for people to decide.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Y'all haven't decided yet? I think the American people have decided already. I think the American people have already came up with a decision on Joe Biden, on his mental fitness. I think we already came up with our opinion on Joe Biden.
All I can say is Joe and I have very significant political differences. And I'm not going to be making, personal attacks on Joe. That's not what I do.
End of this term.
So I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Bret Baier in that this isn't just, it's not a personal attack, right? In this case, we're talking about someone who's running to be president of the United States, and there have been endless examples of Biden's cognitive decline.
Right, endless examples, right? We cannot let this dude control the country for 2 more years, right? We can't let him do that, right? You gotta vote these sons of bitches out. You gotta vote these Democrats out. If not, we're gonna be following the policies of a proven madman.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would have not done the damage that Joe Biden has done to our nation.
He knows when the Republicans take the House and Jim Jordan gets that gavel, his son Hunter Biden will be the first investigating. I guarantee you that the country will be for that.
FBI whistleblowers are now calling for
Officer Ray, the FBI Director Ray, your ass gotta go, right? All the stuff you been letting go, right? The Russia collusion shit, right? The FBI going after political opponents, right? The raid on the market. You got to answer a lot of shit, Officer Ray. Huh? Quit or get impeached. You got to answer Tony Tebow. You got to answer who the big guy is. You got to answer about the laptop. You got to answer about where's Hunter, right? You got to answer about investigations. You got a lot of shit to answer about, Mr. Officer Ray. FBI Officer Ray, where you at? Your ass can't hide. Your ass is next.
Director Christopher Wray's ouster, saying they have lost confidence in his ability to lead the agency.
Okay. He was a powerful guy. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
He was a powerful guy. Is that correct?
Well,
Tony Tebow, answer the question, Officer Ray. The person that was investigating Mr. Donald Trump and not investigating Hunter Biden, right? Was he powerful, right? Do this sound like democracy? All these sons of bitches getting impeached. Officer Ray, the Republicans already said your ass got to go.
I don't know that I would use that description.
Their lawyer, Kurt Sudak, who is a former agent himself, telling the Washington Times, quote, "I'm hearing from FBI personnel that they feel like the director has lost control of the Bureau."
Okay. He had no power?
I think every law enforcement agent in the FBI with the responsibilities they're entrusted with has significant power.
Huh? Officer Tebow Ray, Tim Tebow, has significant power. Power to stop investigations and power to start them. Right? Timothy Tebow got to answer. Officer Ray, right? Y'all got to answer to what you've been doing, right? As far as applying equal law and equal justice and equal application of the law, right? You got to answer for all this shit, right? If you are in line, you happen to be watching this video, and you like, I still don't know who to decide, right? And you want the FBI investigator, right? You want the FBI don't have power, right? To go after a president, right? Or ex-president, right? If they go after an ex-president, just imagine how they're going to go after your ass, right? If you don't want this happening, right, you want equal application of the law, you got to vote Republican. You got to vote these Democrats the fuck out. There's no other way. There's no other way. Who else is going to do it? Somebody has to bring law and order back. Somebody got to bring justice back. Somebody got to bring the Constitution back, right? And evidently, the Democrats prove that they can't do it, right? Not only that they can't do it, they don't want to do it, right? So you got to make them do it.
They're saying he's got to leave. This news comes after the bombshell resignation of Agent Tim Tebow, who conspired to bury Hunter's laptop. Tebow denies the allegations, but why did he step down then? And that's not all.
We know that there needs to be a thorough investigation of this. We know from other whistleblowers who have come to Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson and have talked about the political cabal that is inside the FBI.
Did he work on the President Trump Russian collusion investigation?
He cannot not answer when Republicans got the gavel. Remember, this is not a Republican hearing, right? This is an oversight, right? But he cannot not answer when Republicans got the gavel, like he cannot not answer right now.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Not that I'm aware of, but I can't say that with certainty.
According to whistleblowers, Tebow pressured FBI employees to pad domestic violent extremism case counts. Now, I wonder why he would do that.
Did he or does he work on the FBI investigation of Mr. Hunter Biden?
So the investigation that you're referring to, and I have to be a little bit careful because we're talking about an ongoing investigation, is being run out of our Baltimore field office.
That's not answering the question. That's not answering the question. But you're going to have to answer, right? Why is Timothy Tebow dropping, right, stats on extremist groups? We know why.
We have a growing fear of domestic violent extremism and domestic terrorism.
Domestic terrorism has been and continues to be a top concern for the FBI.
Domestic terrorism from white supremacists is the most lethal terrorist threat in the homeland.
So I'm confused, Chris, with your answer. Did he work, or does he work on the Hunter Biden investigation?
As I said, the Hunter Biden investigation is being run out of the Baltimore field office. The importance of the
But you wouldn't do something like this. This man had been with the FBI for 25 years. He's now on leave. He did this kind of stuff as recently as last month. Do you know how this looks to the American people?
These are misinformation, people.
As threat.
Right? Do you know how that looks to the American people? Right? If you want this country back, right, today is your day to get this country back.
Against elected officials surge, President Biden linked the January 6th Capitol violence to the attack on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, at their San Francisco home.
All they do is misinformation and cheating on elections, okay? Because how do you win an election when you have defund the police, no voter ID, high taxes, open borders, bad military, no money spent on military? You know, I mean, how do you win elections on this stuff?
Huh? How do you win elections with that stuff? Right? I mean, you got a couple of more hours. If you ain't voted, get your ass out there, right? If you got to stand in a long line, whatever you got to do, make your vote count. Send these son of a bitches a message, because it's up to you today, right? We can't leave it up to the Democrats, right? Because if we lose the country right now, and I haven't even been doing politics that long. I haven't even been able to understand the importance of this shit, right? But I understand the importance of this shit right now, right? Since I've been doing my research, I understand where this shit is going right now, right? If we don't get our country back right now, right today, right, tomorrow, right, we may never get our country back, because the country cannot survive 2 more years of this shit. Right, we've been doing bad as hell. Like it's to the point, right, where we know China is fit to do some shit. We know Russia is fit to do some shit. Right, we losing power. We losing respect in the world. Look how other countries is treating us. Right, you can't keep on going with kids being able to get sex changes and stuff like that. You can't keep on going with people getting abortions at 9 months. All these people views are extreme, right? You can't just want to legalize immigration, right? You can't just want to leave the border wide open, right? You can't just say, well, we're going to have hearing aids and diabetes medicine, and we fit to fix inflation. You can't say, I'm going to stop coal and stop drilling and stop fracking and then expect energy and gas to go down. Right? You can't do this stupid ass shit, right, and expect the country to flourish, right? You can't go after one party and call them extremists, right, and then expect the party to come together, right? You can't get up there and say this group and that group and call people cockroaches and shit like that and expect people to respect you, right? You can't do the shit that they doing, right? You can't burn down churches and protest at extreme and protest at Supreme Court justice houses, right? Because you feel like the vote or the constitution didn't go your way. You can't do that shit, right? They trying to take your guns, right? They're trying to take your First Amendment speech, right? They keep on running on democracy, right? Talking about your vote don't count. You're probably in line right now. You probably voted already, right? You probably done all that shit, right? You gotta ask yourself, Do your democracy look like it's being taken? Do your democracy look like it's at risk, right? With all these machines going down and shit like that, that's what you can say is at risk, but you can't say your democracy at risk. So you can't vote on democracy. You can't go to the voting poll and say, I'm going to vote on democracy. I'm going to vote on abortion, right? Even all of that, that still got to do something with freedom. You got to go vote on your fucking freedom. And democracy and voting rights is not freedom. Abortion is not freedom. All these women going crazy over something that they probably ain't going to never deal with in their life. Right? I want all this right. They make it seem like this right trumps all other rights for women. Right? They making it seem like this abortion thing, like I'm going to vote on this abortion thing, and abortion thing is going to help me with all my rights. It's going to help me with my life. It's going to help me with my current kids right now. If you vote on the abortion bill, right, it's not going to do shit for your kids right now. Right? It's not going to do shit for your rent right now. It's not going to do shit for nothing right now. It's something that you probably never got to deal with or once or twice in your entire life, right? And you can't be talking about that's freedom. That's a woman right, right? Something that's going to happen probably once in your life, right? You saying all your rights as a woman is stripped, right? Do you have a right to work? Do you have a right to speak? Do you have a right to protest? Do you have a right to drive? Right? Do you have these are all the rights I have as a man, right? I don't have more rights. You shouldn't have more rights than me, right? Do you have a right to walk down the street? Do you have a right to you have every other right that any other person have, right? Every other right any other human being have. But you're saying this one right strips you of your freedom. This one right, is so extreme by the other side, you have to vote, right? You can leave everything out and you can forget about everything else that's going on in the world. But abortions, right, is what you're going to use to vote, right, and control the fucking Senate and the House, right, and run the U.S. policies on that shit. That shit ain't gonna work. That shit is so frustrating. That shit is so frustrating when you talk about abortions. Black people don't talk about abortions. You're not doing that shit for us. Black people not running around talking about voting rights and democracy. You're not doing that shit for us. You know what black people is running around talking about? Gas. You know what black people is running around talking about? Food. You know what black people is running around talking about? Education. Democrats ain't said nothing about that. January 6th, abortion, that democracy, that's it. They ain't got nothing to do with putting food on the fucking table. They ain't got nothing to do with putting gas in your fucking car. They ain't got nothing to do with paying your rent. They ain't got nothing to do with your kids, you know what I'm saying, getting taught CRT. That ain't got nothing to do with your neighborhoods being safe. You getting caught in a drive-by or robbed or your car broken into or you getting shot at. Right? Like it's getting to the houses of the senators and they getting shot at. It ain't got nothing to do with that. And the Democrats prove that they don't want nothing to do with that. They're not going to do anything about it. They could have been done something about it. They have nothing to run on. You can go back on Donald Trump and you can see everything he ran on. You can see what the Republicans want to run on. Even if they lying, right? Even if they do half the shit they said they were going to do, that's half the shit more than what the Democrats said they was going to do. Because the Democrats ain't said nothing. They ain't promised nobody nothing. Why you think everybody leaving them at an alarming numbers? They scared right now. They know, we shouldn't have focused on democracy. We should have focused on kitchen tables. They already making excuses because they know their policies don't work. They already making excuses to their people. Well, we should have listened. Now they saying they should have listened a day before the vote. Well, we should have listened. They frustrated because Republicans listen to the people. We know y'all talking about inflation. We know y'all talking about gas. We know y'all talking about energy. We know y'all talking about school, the border, right? Crime. We know y'all talking about that. We want to do something about it. Democrats say inflation a myth. Crime ain't really that bad. Inflation is at 0%. Right? This is what the Democrats are preaching. Don't worry about it. We're trying our best. Think of how long Joe Biden and the Democrats saying they've been trying their best. I've been trying my best. I'm going to do my best. I'm doing everything I can. Huh? If this is everything he can, you got to ask yourself, is everything Joe Biden can good enough for you? Is Joe Biden best? If this is Joe Biden best, or the Democrats best, is this good enough for you? If you're satisfied with what you got, and this is good enough for you, the crime, the inflation, right? The lies, the deceit, right? The police, the political party fairness, right? If this is okay for you, go ahead and vote Democrat. But if you want some change, and you want these motherfuckers to change, and you're not satisfied, you can't vote Democrat. I mean, sit out if you got to, right? Or go ahead and vote Republican. You know what I'm saying? They say, fuck it, this time I'm going to vote Republican. Go on there and Google how many people are voting Republican that used to be Democrat. Don't be ashamed, right? Ain't nobody going to know, right? But you have the ability to help, right? And be a part of making this country better, right? Not making this country worse. You can't vote for the Democrats and hope they do better this time. You hope they was gonna do better when they first got the job. How they done on that job? Right? How did he do? Are you still enthusiastic about Joe Biden? I do interviews on the street all the time. People love Donald Trump now. The Democrats don't want you to see that. It came from people talking about my Donald Trump clothes. There's people coming up and talking to me. Hey, I'm a Trump supporter too. I don't know if they've been Trump supporter, but they're coming out the woods now. People are not afraid to say, hey, I like Donald Trump in the hood, on TV, nowhere. And the Democrats don't like that. They don't want to see people saying they MAGA hat. They don't want to make America great again, right? They want to strip America, right, and turn it to something new. Something we don't recognize. Something we can't even fucking imagine. Something we got to hope that's better than what we got right now. Instead of enjoying what the fuck we got right now and making it better. They want to change everything and hope shit get better. It's not going to happen. You want your freedom back, you better vote Republican. That's the only way it's going to happen. Ain't no Democrats fighting for your freedom. Right? They saying democracy. Everything they fighting for, you already got. You already got your voting rights. You already got equal opportunity. Right? You already got everything the Democrats, you already got women already got a woman right to choose. You already got that shit. Huh? What you don't got, you ain't got safety. What you don't got, you ain't got stability. Right? What you don't have is a sense of peace. Right? You don't have none of that shit, but you have your fucking rights as a woman, as a man, as a gay person. You got all them rights. Every right I got, your ass got right. I guarantee it. As a woman, you probably got a little bit more rights than me. I guarantee it. Because something happened between me and the woman, guess what? They're going to believe the woman first. I guarantee it. Right? So you got more rights than the average person. Why in the fuck you want to fight for more rights? Right? How long you the Democrats are not saying how they feel about abortion, right? They lying about a baby, right? Think about this. You have a party that's lying about human life. That's saying human life is worthless to them. They don't even call it a baby, they call it fetuses. Right? They're saying it shouldn't matter. It's saying that black women is too dumb to have a baby, and black women have a baby is fucking up the economy. They talk about black people like they ain't shit. Right? Calling white women cockroaches, calling Mexican burritos. You're dealing with one of the most racist party and the most disconnected party on the face of the earth. And who you think all the elite belong to? Ain't no motherfucking Jews. Ain't no motherfucking Democrats owning NBC. I mean, ain't no Republicans owning MSNBC or CNN. Them ain't no Republicans. Huh? Ain't no Republicans owning Facebook. Ain't no Republican owning Twitter. It just so happened somebody that's independent got Twitter, and he just got it. But wasn't nobody owning owning Twitter, but the same people, a Republican owning Twitter. They own all this shit. Most of the elite, right, is Democrats. Think about how many cabals are so-called been you could say conspiracy theory, right? Claimed, right? How many cabals? They say it's a bunch of crazy individuals, but they're not saying it's a cabal. They saying the Democrats have a cabal, right? They saying they got elite. I mean, look at the numbers. Look at the control. They are the elite. They are the people that you was talking about, the Illuminati, the whatever the fuck you want to say. They all are the elite. George Soros, all the motherfuckers. They are the elite. They are not Republicans. They are Democrats. Check their background. Huh? You think in your rapid ass mind that all these Democrats that are the elite, right? That all these rich people that are the elite, you think they're going to vote for something or support somebody that's going to go after them? No. They're not going to support nobody who's going to go after them. They are the elite. Right? They control, right? They control the FBI. They control the media. They control the TV. They control fashion. They control sports. These are all fucking Democrats. The owner of the NBA, Democrat. The owner of the NFL, Democrat. The owner of Apple, Democrat. The owner of Facebook, Democrat. The owner of the New York Post, Jewish, Democrat. Right? Who we got? The dude from PayPal? Republican. Right? Everything else is basically Democrat. Right? So when you fight against evil, you got to know who the elite is. Who is that, Tom? Good looking out, Tom. You got to know who the elite is. Right? When you saying ain't nobody accusing, ain't no conspiracy theories of no Republicans holding a bunch of kids hostage nowhere, doing no strange things to them. We don't have them allegations. Ain't nobody accused them of that. Right? You have all these things supposed to be conspiracy theories. All these things that people said was true in the past since the internet came out and people able to get exposed. Now all this shit is missed. I remember when black people used to believe that it was a secret motherfucker with masks on their face walking through the forest drinking baby's blood. Right? I remember black people used to believe that shit. It was an elite out there. Who the fuck you think the elite is? Who for the Republican is elite? Is it Jim Jordan? Or is it Nancy Pelosi? Right? Think of the businessmen. Think of the billionaires, right, in the world, right? Donald Trump is probably the only one that's a Republican. There's a couple of them that's a Republican, right? But ain't no so-called Republicans that's billionaires going into the political shit like, say, somebody like a George Soros or a Bill Gates. Huh? Or the other little short motherfucker that tried to run for president, right? From New York, right? These motherfuckers are the elite. They had look at the billionaires that ran on the Democratic side, you know what I'm saying, for the nominee for the presidential election, right? They had 3 billionaires on their side. 3. How many billionaires ever ran right on the Republican side? Right? How many? They had 3 elite sons of bitches that was on the Democratic side. Anytime you can get the whole news, right, to break the law in social media by having psychiatrists say you crazy on the news and all this shit, right, and then having the social media hide a story because the FBI told them, right? Remember, the Joe Biden administration say, we didn't know nothing about Mar-a-Lago. Then they did. Oh, we didn't know nothing about the parents. Then they did. Right? They don't know nothing about nothing, and then they did. I don't know nothing about Hunter, and then he did. Right? Everybody should be impeached. This shit, you can't vote Democrat. Right? You can't do it. It's too much shit been going on in the world. Look how bad, right? This is the United States of America, supposed to be the greatest country in the world. You got to ask yourself, these last 2 years, do you feel like you've been living in the fucking greatest country in the world? Or do you been feeling like you've been living in a third world country trying to get to America? Huh? Do you feel, right? Do you feel in your heart, damn, it start raining again? God damn. It's like it's coming down out there. Hold on, it's like it's coming down out there. Siri, weather.
It's currently cloudy and 63 degrees.
Hold on. Siri, is it raining?
Not right now, but expect rain within the next hour.
Bitch, it's raining right now. I think it's raining right now. I think it's... Siri lying, right? Well, in LA ain't gonna be no people standing in line because it's raining like a son of a bitch out there. I'm supposed to be standing in line right now. It's raining like a son of a bitch out there. Ain't nobody gonna stand out there in line in California right now. They better look. It's open at 7 o'clock. You got about a 2-hour window, right? And the LA voting, look, I'm telling you right now, California vote gonna be fucked up because California vote gonna be fucked up because it's raining out here. And I ain't even got no rain clothes, right? Because I didn't expect it to rain, but California is gonna be fucked up right now. Anyway, right? You have all these. Right? When they say democracy, right? The Democrats still ain't told y'all what democracy is, right? They can say, look, you can throw the democracy shit at everything. They're destroying the democracy. They're trying to take out democracy. Democracy is dead. And they've been preaching that shit for the longest, but they still haven't explained how, right? If Donald Trump had 4 years to take your democracy, they said it back then, he had 4 whole years to steal your democracy. He didn't do it in 4. He could have been done it. What was he waiting on? Oh, Donald Trump is going to steal the democracy. Donald Trump is going to steal the democracy. When he got in office, he didn't steal no democracy. He gave people their rights. He gave people their freedoms. He got people money. Right? He stayed out of people's fucking way. You never heard Donald Trump trying to implement nothing on the American people. All these governors, right, that's running for office right now, that implemented all these lockdowns, right, that all these mandates, they don't want shit to do with none of that now. Every time you ask them a question, what about when you locked this son of a bitch down? What happened was, right, it's so bad all these sons of bitches want immunity. They say, look, man, right, we know we fucked up the country with all the money. We know we fucked it up with keeping the kids out of school, right? We know we fucked it up with getting people fired. We know we fucked up the military with these mandates, right? We know we fucked up the police force, right? With all this war on the police and we know we fucked it up. We know we fucked it up. But we done it for you. We defunded the police for you. Right? We kept the kids out of the school for you. We kept this motherfucker on lockdown because of you. We forced you to take the Trump juice. It wasn't for us. We done it for you. Right? So all this shit we put, all this flooding of money and trillions of dollars, we didn't do it for us. We done it for you. So the reason why we're in this situation right now is not because we fucked up, it's because we was helping you. Huh? That's their thing. Because everything they say they done it for the American people. We done this for the American people. We done this. I'm emptying the oil reserve for the American people. I'm doing the tax thing for the school debt for the American people. I'm gonna do the 9/11 special for American people. I'm gonna change the holiday and give black people a holiday for the American people. I'm gonna do everything for the American people. We're spending money over there in Ukraine for the American people because the American people want freedom. So we finna spend billions of dollars in Ukraine because America want freedom. So we're gonna have to pay for freedom in Ukraine for us to have freedom. You sons of bitches want freedom? No, we want freedom. Why we can't pay for our freedom? No, we're going to pay for your freedom in Ukraine. Because if it wasn't for Ukraine, your ass wouldn't have no freedom. What? A freedom costs. Like, how, nigga, we is free. What are you talking about? No, not your freedom, they freedom. They freedom costs. Well, what the fuck is costing us for? Because we are democracy. Don't they say that shit all the time? Like, we over there, we gonna be over there in Africa, you know what I'm saying? Like, why we going to Africa and preaching all that shit? Because we're a democracy. we gonna who sent me a donation? Tom. We gonna go over there and we gonna go over there and study gay fish and why the fish is having sex with each other. Why we want to study fish? Because we're a democracy. That's everything because we're a democracy. They fucked up the country and they said it was you. We defunded the police because of you. We want to spend more money on programs. Well, you defunded the police and my kids still dumb as shit. Right? You ain't funding no after school programs. You with all that the fund the police money went. You supposed to have extra money to do shit. Wasn't that the reason to fund the police? My kid is still dumb as a motherfucker. He's still stupid as shit. Right? Because he asked me to help him with his homework and I can't help the nigga, so we both dumb. Right? Maybe you need to use some of that shit for adult schooling too so I can take my ass to school back with him. Because evidently, me and this nigga on the same page. Huh? This is some of the stupidest shit in the world. Right? We're going to make your kid dumb. We're going to take the money to make them smarter. But we ain't gonna use the money to make them smarter. Well, what about all this damn COVID relief? And you said you're gonna feed my kid. My kid is, look, okay, my kid is full. He done ate the noodles, right? But the nigga ain't got no homework. I can feed him my damn self. Help me with his education. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't teach a nigga what they teach in class, right? Help me with that. I don't need no help feeding a nigga or you know, or nothing like that, getting him out of poverty. We gonna be broke. Your little food stamps not gonna help. Teach the nigga, give me an after school program or a Saturday class, right? I shouldn't have to be all the money that you so-called raised, right? I shouldn't have to be teaching my kid on Saturday, you know what I'm saying, with my free time. I shouldn't be having to teach my kid how to catch up with algebra, right? I shouldn't be having to spend my time, right, after work teaching my kid reading and shit like that, catching up on his reading and stuff like that because he's 2 years behind. I'm 2 years behind on freedom too. Shouldn't I be able to have my freedom? Ain't that what you collected the money for? Huh? Let me have my freedom. I'd have dropped my kid off over your motherfucking house on a Saturday night and say, you gonna babysit the niggas tonight, nigga. I've been doing a lot of teaching, nigga. You gonna do some babysitting, nigga. I've been doing your job, nigga. You gonna do mine. I'll be back at 10 o'clock. That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna start dropping my kid off at the teacher house, right? Like, you know what? I've been babysitting a little too motherfucking long, doing your job, nigga, huh? You got to do mine. We gonna trade places, nigga. Kid job swap. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna do this shit. I pay you to do a job and you ain't gonna do it. My kid is still dumb as shit and you ain't implemented no program in Los Angeles County that's gonna help my kid get back up with his algebra. Nothing. Right? So where's it? So I'm in a liberal city. So where's the programs for my son at? Why my baby mama, sometimes I can't have my son on a Sunday because my baby mama say he got to catch up with his algebra. I thought I was going to have fun with my son. Me and my son, we ain't spend too much time and all that other shit. Like, okay, well, Saturdays, well, he got to catch up on his algebra, so that's my day off. So I got to, well, Sunday's not cool because Sunday got to go back. I only can spend a half a day with him. You know what I'm saying? But I can't spend time with my son because he got to catch up on his algebra. I can't teach a nigga algebra. So if I could teach a nigga algebra, maybe I could spend Saturday night with him, right? But now, in order to spend time with my son, I got to learn fucking algebra. I got to learn algebra, history. I got to be a motherfucker. I got to be a substitute teacher if I want to spend time with my son. And I smoke too much weed for that. Cause look, my grandmother, look, I went to a school that was so ghetto, right? Like, they had ghetto classes at my school. I went to a school my grandmother graduated from, right? I went to a school, like, instead of English, they taught you old English, right? They taught you how to drink a 40 while leaving a suds, right? Right? Like, they had other things, like history lessons, right? First you had other lessons. You had, like, English. You had math. Math was like selling weed, right? You sold weed, you count the money, you know what I'm saying, thing like that. Chemistry was like cooking dope, right? You have some dope, you cooking stuff, right? PE was like running from the police. You do a crime and you run from the police. History was when your ass get caught. You know what I'm saying? Your ass get caught, your ass is history, right? Or school uniforms was prison outfits. Right, they made our shit right out of the prison, right? We had numbers on the shit and everything, right? Right, we didn't give our teachers shiny red apples. We had to give our teachers banana clips. Like, you gonna be needing this in case the class gets to tripping and shit like that. So you had to give our teacher banana clips, right? Our report card was our jail record. How many times you been arrested, what you was arrested for, how many people been injured, you know what I'm saying? You get A's and E's and all of those shit, right? We even had a class reunion. It was at Folsom State Prison, right? So my grandmother taught me how to be a gangster when I was early, right? In this liberal city, because I live in a liberal city, so she like, you gotta be rough. You gotta be tough. You can't be no punk, right? So when I was younger, she used to put Hennessy in my baby bottle, right? And one time I spit it out and she gave me a whooping. She's like, you know how much Hennessy costs? You spitting out my shit. Let me spitting out my damn Hennessy, right? So my grandmother was rough. You couldn't be no punk around my grandmother because the neighborhood we was growing up in, you had to be. Like, one time I was on my block and I saw Superman tied up in a weed spot. I'm like, Superman, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, help, go get Robin and tell him. I'm like, man, I'm staying out of this, right? I saw kids on my block chasing the police car. This is a true story. They was chasing the fucking police car, and the kids was like 3 and 4 years old, and they was chasing the fucking police car up the street. My grandmother's street was dangerous. She stayed on the corner of Assault and Battery, right? One time, my grandmother's phone wasn't working, and I went to the corner, and I tried to make a phone call, and I was smoking weed, right? And I was joking because I didn't want to make a phone call. I said, hey, I want to make a long distance phone call to hell. And the operator said, all you got to do is go back up your grandmother's house. And I hung up the phone. I said, this motherfucker is bugged, right? But in the black community, we got to understand, we got to get tired of the same, we got to get tired of the same old, you know what I'm saying, the thing been going on that's been keeping us down. And that is the Democratic Party. So vote wisely. You can't vote for no motherfucker, right? Joe Biden is the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. I thought I wasn't going to be able to write no skits on Joe Biden when he first got off. Like, damn, my comedy career finna go down the fucking tubes, right? Donald Trump ain't going to be doing no damn shows. He ain't going to be doing no press conferences and stuff like that. Like, damn, the channel finna go down the tube because I ain't going to be able to have no skits. Joe Biden is a comedian fucking dream. He's like herpes. He keep on giving. You know what I'm saying? You be like, damn, Joe. Like, I can't keep up with Joe Biden sometimes. I'm like, it's some shit last week I done missed. I be missing shit like, damn, I missed this shit. Joe Biden, look, this nigga tripped up some stairs, That is fucking unhumanly possible. I don't think Michael Jordan can trip up some motherfucking stairs. Who does that? Then get back up, dust it off, and then trips again. The nigga trips over his dog and break his damn leg. Who does that? He had think about if Donald Trump had an Easter bunny walk him off the damn stage like, this way, Donald Trump. You ain't never got a damn Easter bunny. Who sent me a donation? 20 minutes looking at the woman who lied about carrying hot sauce everywhere. 20 minutes looking at the woman who lied about 20 minutes. Oh yeah, and that Hillary Clinton. They asked that bitch, right? Y'all can shoot some shit down here now and shoot some shit down here and not talk about it. Hillary Clinton, when they asked her at the Breakfast Club, like, what's the number one thing you carry every day? She like, I carry hot sauce. I'm like, you lying bitch. You don't carry no hot sauce. Hillary Clinton here carrying hot sauce, right, is like me carrying sushi in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Who in the hell does that? I carry hot sauce. Black people don't carry hot sauce. When the Democrats want to act, you got Democrats right now, they're trying to be on TikTok dancing and shit. Stacey Abrams and NATO, they on there dancing and shit with the TikTokers, right? The Biden administration done got so desperate, they got TikTokers to promote their shit. They got one transgender dude talking about his new transition and his whole operation and how he was in the White House. Come on, man. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. If you want, look, think about this. You have never in your life, heard, right? I mean, it's every now and then, right? But you ain't never heard of no Republican smelling kids' hair. You ain't heard of no Republican fucking no spies, right? It's about five Democrats being fucking spies, right? Barbara Streisand, whatever that Barbara Boxer, whatever her fucking name is, fucking a spy. You got two fangs fucking spy. You got everybody fucking a spy. That's a Democrat. The Democrats are easy to manipulate, right? Because they fuck anything, right? Kamala Harris. I'm surprised she ain't fucking a spy. Who is her husband? Right? Do we know anything about her husband? Is Kamala Harris' husband a spy? Since all the Democrats want to fuck spies, right? We know, look, we know who not fucking a spy. Maxine Waters, right? Ain't nobody taking that job, right? Like, you know what we want you to do? We want you to infiltrate Maxine Waters and be her lover and get all the information out of the Democratic Party. You want me to do what? Yeah, we want you to make love to nigga. Like, you know what? I'll quit. I retire. I'm not doing that. Look, this is a top secret information, right? This is top secret. This could be your last mission. We need you to go in with Maxine Waters, right? You know, it's top secret. You can die on this mission, right? Because she got bodyguards and all that. So you can die if she find out, right? So it's top secret, right? You want me to wait a minute? You want me to go undercover Maxine Waters, you know, or I can die? Well, fucking shoot me right now. Shoot me, motherfucker. I'm gonna go. He quit. Shoot me, motherfucker. The last nigga quit. Well, I'm ready to die. Shoot me. I'm not gonna do that, right? You mean to tell me, Barbara? You mean to tell me Nancy Pelosi ain't doing nothing? I fuck Nancy. At least I saw Nancy titties. I ain't saw nothing on Maxine Waters that looked attractive. You mean to tell me I can't try to infiltrate Nancy and just try to look at her titties or something like that? I'm not doing her. Shoot me, damn it. Huh? The Democrats got a bunch. Look. You have the Democrats do some shit you don't even see in movies, right? You don't even see this shit in movies. You can't. I haven't even saw none of this shit on the 24. What was that? The 24 with Keith Sutherland, right? I haven't saw none of this shit with all the police raids and shit, all the police protection, the presidential raid. I haven't even saw this shit on the first 24. This shit could be a TV series, This is The Swamp. This thing could be a TV series starring Adam Schiff as Pencil Neck, Nancy Pelosi as Skeletor Face, Jerry Naller as It, Kamala Harris as Camel Toe Johnson, Camel Toe Kamala. They can have their own. They got their own shit, right? They can come out with a miniseries or a gang, a cartoon or something, right? Because you can't dream. I mean, Stephen King can't even write no shit like this, right? You be like, hold on. So you want me to say? So you want me to put up in here that they raided the police house over some boxes? Who in the fuck gonna watch that? Who gonna believe some shit like that? I'm not putting that shit in the movie. That shit is stupid. I'm not putting. Hold on. Do that even make sense, right? Do that even make sense, right? He had all this time to do the top secret while he was in the White House, right? He had all these time to talk to the Russian to make the movie interesting and shit, right? He had all this time. We had all this time to do this, raid his house. We could have raided the White House. We could have done all that shit. You mean to tell me you want to raid his little kid's room and make a movie out of it? I'm not putting that shit in no movie. You know, we gotta raid the house for something else. I'm not fit to put the motherfucker raided his house over no boxes. Put something else in the movie. Say the nigga had kid porn or something up in there. Throw some kid porn or something juicy, nigga. Not no boxes. Who wrote this shit? Fire him, right? Can you imagine explaining him coming into office, explaining that as a movie? Yeah, so the president gonna retire, right? You know what I'm saying? And then he gonna move out the house, right? And then he gonna be living at his own house for about 2 years and shit, right? And then, you know, the FBI gonna be going to his house and they want some information, but he don't want to give them the information, right? And then they be like, okay, we gonna come back and get the information, right? And then, right, they go back and they get a fucking subpoena, right? And then they go get the information, and the information is some boxes. He be like, go ahead with the movie. That's it. The end of the movie. That's the end of the movie. Yeah, that's it. They found some boxes. Like, I'm not fit to produce this shit. Get your ass out of my office. You ain't got no end. No, it ain't no end. You don't get the end. You can make up the end as you go along. We got some boxes. You don't know what's in the boxes. You don't know. But no, okay. Put it like this. We're going to make the boxes classified. Man, get your ass. I'm not finna make no movie about no class. Okay, what about top secret? Can we do top secret boxes? Huh? Could they be top secret? Get your dumb ass out of my office. I'm not doing no movie about no damn top secret boxes. Okay. I got a movie about a crackhead that used to be the son of the president. Let me hear it. Okay, yeah, I got to. Okay, I'm finna make up some shit on the fly, right? It was this dude, right? And he was a crackhead, and he got kicked out of the army, right? Because he was smoking crack, right? And when he got kicked out of the army, right, he had a brother that died of brain cancer, right? And his brother and his widow, right, happened to fall in love, right? And then he got the widow to smoke crack. And the widow and him was smoking so much crack that he bought a gun, right? Peep this out. He wasn't supposed to buy a gun because he was a crackhead and he was suicidal, right? So he wasn't supposed to buy no gun, but he bought a gun anyway. And he was on crack and crystal meth, and he was going crazy and was saying all kind of shit. And he threw the gun in the trash, right? Somebody came and got the gun, right? And took it to the gun shop and shit, and took it to the FBI, the police. Now they're searching for this gun, but guess what? It's the vice president's son gun. Oh yeah, keep on talking. Okay, now, right, they got the investigation on him, right? Now this crackhead who got a gun charge, right, and who smoked dope and got kicked out of the army, right, and got caught in a rental car, right, and was on Skid Row, right, he go over there to let me see what I'm gonna say. He went over to a country, Ukraine. He went over there to Ukraine, right, with his father he went on a plane with his father, right? And they went over there and they what they was doing. They got some No, they was messing with this oil company, right? And it was a crooked motherfucker with the oil company, and they was clashing and shit like that. So what happened was the dude got the deal with this investigator that was going to investigate him, and his father. I mean, this is too much shit. Let me get some more weed before I need to smoke some more weed for this story, nigga. This story gonna blow your fucking mind, because at the end of the day, his father become president. Right? And then a laptop come out with all kind of kitty porn on there and this shit about he the big guy and shit like that. And what happened? Well, the nigga get impeached, and the other nigga that he was running against, right? They lied on, and that's another. Oh, you know what? They lied on another nigga, right? And now he became president again. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I got another nigga in the movie, right, that he lied on, he spied on, he cheated, right? Yeah, we'll put that in the movie. You know what? This sounds like a movie right here. This some shit I can get into. Smoke some more of this motherfucking weed. That's a movie. I can add some more characters into it too. You want me to add some more characters into it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got some more characters I can add to it. Okay, he had two partners, right? One was a nigga named, the other nigga president was running for president. I got a lot of characters. I got a Fang. I got all kind of shit. Huh? Sign me up for the movie. Put this shit on Amazon. But I don't want to hear no more. Don't come to my house with that no more of that box raid shit no more. A president get his house raided and they find a box. Don't come up in here with that shit no more. Huh? The dumbest shit in the world. You have a president, right, that can't even listen. Motherfucker said, I got two words. Make him say America is back. Imagine you going to a meeting, right? Imagine you going to a meeting, a drug deal, right? You going to a drug deal, and you got a nigga like Joe Biden, and you talking some drug deal like, yeah, man, I got 5 kilos, you know, and all this sort of shit. How much you want for it? You like, hey, how much you want for it? Hey, can you hear me? Is this nigga asleep? This nigga sleep in a drug deal, farting and shit. Like, oh, did you? Hey, man, wake up, man. We're doing drug deals. You sit up here sleeping, farting and shit. Wake up, man. Oh, you know what? My bad. Look, when black people got old timers, right? They Oh shit, my bad. I got you, Tom. He don't have. I accidentally pushed mute. Right? I accidentally pushed mute. Pete Buttigieg don't have no presidential name, right? It was either between, I don't know if y'all heard that part. It was either between the gay dude, right? It was between the gay dude, the Indian, right? And the old son of a bitch, the communist, right? And Joe Biden, right? They couldn't pick the Indian, because ain't never been no Indian president. You know how white people feel about Indians and shit, right? You know how America feel about Indians. They moved them to a whole other plantation with the Indian settlement, right? So it can't be no Indians as a president, y'all, right? It can't be no gay dudes, right? Because gay dude names don't roll off of no tongue, right? You can't say, welcome to the stage, Pete Buttigieg, right? That sounds gay, right? Ain't nobody gonna respect that, right? You have a meeting, Vladimir Putin with President Pete Buttigieg. That's not gonna sound right. Ain't nobody gonna respect him, right? Do you think China gonna respect a nigga named Pete Buttigieg? Right? President Xi, Pete Buttigieg is here to see you. Like, what he want to do? Last time he came, he tried to fill on my nuts, and I ain't even got no nuts. Right? You can't do that. Right? You can't let the communists be president. Right? Angry Bernie, because that would have fucked up the whole Democratic Party. So Joe Biden was president by default. They know if they can put his dumb ass up there, they can have his ass like a puppet. He's gonna say and do anything they want. Look. Oh shit. They're letting you know, emergency, severe national flood. Damn it. They letting me know it's flooded, right? Don't go outside. It's raining. You can't look. Black people, we need the rain. Black people don't go outside in the rain. First of all, black women don't fuck up their hair and niggas don't fuck up their shoes in the rain. Right? So you ain't gonna see too many black people walking down the street because black women don't fuck up their hair. You ever went to a pool party, right, and see all the black people in the pool party fully dressed? That's because niggas don't go to the pool party to swim. Niggas go to the pool party to dress. I went in the water one time because I came to a pool party to swim, right? I accidentally jumped in the water, splashed some water on the nigga, and almost got into a fight with the nigga. Hey man, you almost splashed some water on me. Like nigga, we had a pool party. Right? You can get into a fight at a pool party and splash water on the pool party with a nigga. Try it. Right? But they need to do something about all this black on black crime. Right? They need to come out with a new Black Lives Matter, right? It can't be no new Black Lives Matter because ain't nobody gonna believe in them motherfuckers no more. Right? You can't have what save black lives? What can you come out now with? They done took the slogan Black Lives Matter, and can't nobody come out with a black nothing shit and people gonna support it. Black Panther, Black Lives Matter, save black children, none of that shit. Black people white people like, you know what? Last time y'all took my money, you motherfuckers bought a mansion with my I'm not supporting. I know what you sons of bitches gonna do with my money. They done fucked it up. Ain't nobody gonna support black people no more. Because Black Lives Matter. It can't be no more black organizations. Think about it. It can't be no more black organizations ever again. Because people ain't going to believe it. They're not going to trust people is doing right with the money. They going to be like, I know what you done with my first couple of $100. I'm not about to do that shit again. Right? What they going to fight for? I mean, what is justice? I mean, the white people is fighting for abortion rights. The police shit is done played out. What you don't see black people fighting for the border shit, right? Be mad they go to it be some shit that all this came like, we know what, we finna go fight the border, right? Like we done ran out of all the ideas. We finna go fight the border and no more people coming over, right? They ain't got no more fights. What if they go fight the abortion clinics? Like, we want more babies being born, right? Fucking more black babies to be alive. What if they gonna do that? What if they gonna promote fighting fentanyl, right? What if they go to their hood like, no more fentanyl deaths? That would be something. What if they walk the street like, no more homeless? Get my cousin off of crack and and off of that cardboard box over there. No more homeless shit. That'd be something to fight for, but they like, you know what? We got our money. We good. We are good. If you niggas get shot now, it's on y'all. Ain't no more justice, right? Look, think about this. I guess that was black people only injustice was the police. Like, oh, now we got that out the way. Now we free. No, they still whooping niggas' ass. They still shooting, right? They got a little more hesitation, but they still shooting niggas' ass. I got a little bit more hesitation than shooting a nigga, right? If you want this world to come back, right? I remember when you could say what the fuck you want, right? I remember you could say the F word. You like, you know what? You acting like the F word, the cigarette word. You can say that, you know what I'm saying, feel good about it. If you look at Eddie Murphy, he was saying that shit on his stand-up comedy show. He was saying the F word like fluently. You say that shit now, right? Look how far free speech has come, right? It come from, look, I used to watch Pepe Le Pew on the cartoon and laugh. Now they're telling me Pepe Le Pew is a rapist. I'm like, no, not Pepe Le Pew. He ain't no rapist. I didn't see him take no pussy. Pepe Le Pew was a little aggressive, but now Democrats say, you know what, Pepe Le Pew is a fucking racist. A rapist. I'm like, no, not Pepe Le Pew. I used to get up Saturday morning and watch the Road Runner or whatever, and watch Speedy Gonzalez run like a motherfucker. Right? I didn't know he was Mexican. I thought he was just a black fast motherfucker. I thought he was just a fast rat. They got on here later on in life like, you know what, Pepe Le Pew is racist. I'm like, no, not Pepe. He was fast. Not Pepe. Pepe Le Pew is racist. No. Not Pepe is gone. Then they motherfucker got the Muppets. Like, no, not the Muppets. You mean to tell me all this time I was watching the Muppets and them motherfuckers is racist and sex? Come on, not the Muppets. Then the motherfucker say, look, man, you know what? That syrup bottle was not grandma. I've been eating these pancakes for the longest. Don't say ancient mama is racist. Not ancient mama. Come on, no. They took it everywhere, everything, right? You can't even look. You can't say shit no more. Like, hey, I call up. I say, look, I told the trash man to hold up. I said, hold on, trash man. You forgot my trash. He like, hey, man, I'm not a trash man. I'm a sanitation worker. I said, excuse me, Mr. Sanitation Worker. Can you take this motherfucking trash out, nigga? Don't call me a trash man. I'm a sanitation worker. Huh? Is that your pronoun, nigga? Sanitation worker? You mean sanitation workers got pronoun? Hey, Tim Scott won. Ron Paul won. Right? Ron Paul won. We knew Ron Paul was going to win. We knew Tim Scott was going to win. Right? Who else won? Uh-oh. Young won. Indiana, Young won. Right? His ass won. Who else won? Oh, shit. Welch won. No. Malloy won in Vermont. Oh, the balance of power. Democrats 37, Republicans 32. We almost there, y'all. We got a cup. Come on. We need to get 20 more. We need to get 20. This, hey, I be telling people this like a basketball game. Right now, we watching the score. This like the first inning right now, right? Hopefully this shit don't go into overtime, right? Overtime is like next week. They got to recount, right? But hopefully they got to go to overtime. It's like the first quarter right now. The Democrats is up by 5 points, right? The Democrats is up by 5 points right now. Oh shit! But they already started with a lead. They had an early lead on us, right? They had an early like 2-point lead on us. They just went up by 4. Oh, wait a minute, just called, right? Governor. Ah, damn, you went too fast. Wait, let me wind that shit. Just called. Wait, just called. No, that's not just called. It wasn't just called. Hold on. It wasn't just called. I thought it was just called. It wasn't just called. Hold on. Something was just called. Hold on. Something just called. South Carolina, the governor, right, is a Republican. McMaster won. McMaster has won. If you're in Kentucky, your ass got a governor, McMaster. Congratulations on you, Kentucky. Congratulations. In Vermont, Scott done won governor. Scott, a Republican, right? The red wave is starting, y'all. The red wave. Hey, I just don't want my grandmother to know what's a red wave, cause, right? Look. I don't want my grandmother to watch TV and know it's a red wave because she gonna go out with her guns. Like, where the red wave at? Like, grandma's not that type of red wave, grandma. My grandmother hear anything red, she gonna go off, right? So I can't have her, you know what I'm saying, going on a red wave. Who else won? Somebody else won. Somebody won. Who else? Somebody, we winning, y'all. The red wave has started, right? The red wave has started. We got a couple of Republicans that won governor and shit like that. I don't know none of them son of a bitch's name, but as long as they Republican, they all right with me, right? As long as they Republican, oh shit, we got an alert now. They talking about the water. Look at this shit. They talking about the water. You hear that alert? Alert, it's talking about flooding. Come on, it's flooding. You fuck with, come on, we know it's flooding outside. Tell your ass stay in the house. Come on, we watching it. Oh my God. Oh my God. See what I'm saying? You hear that? The loss? They saying it's flooding, right? This is so bad. That's why I can't drive, right? LA, we don't get no rain, right? So when it barely rain, it's not raining outside, but when it barely rain, these motherfuckers doing flood warnings and telling you to stay in the house and all kind of shit, right? And then it's not cold, right? But if you run your AC, you run your heater in the house, right? They're telling you to turn off your heater. Like, we know it's finna be cold and we know it's finna be raining tonight, but don't use your heater till after 6 o'clock, right? So we couldn't use our AC in the summer and we can't use our heater in the winter. What kind of shit is that? Huh? Don't even make sense. That don't make sense. How you gonna tell me I can't use my heater and heat me up and I can't use my AC to cool me down? That don't make sense. Come on. This is a long ass commercial. This is the longest damn warning I ever had in my life. Trying to stay in the house. Okay, we're gonna stay in the house. Unpause it, do something. They still talking? Okay, it's back on. Now let's see if somebody else won. Let's see if somebody else won. The red wave has started. The child molesters finna get their ass up out of office. And remember, it's a couple of machines, right? It's a couple of machines that went down, right? Arizona's like 20%. I don't know if they fixed it, right? But they're saying they're going to have to hand count a lot of ballots. So it's going to be a lot of shit going down with the Republicans and the Democrats, especially with the Democrats. They're going to be claiming all kind of false accusations about this. They was setting up for this. They was waiting for this. Oh, let me go back into the chat. My phone cut off. Go back into the chat. My phone cut off. But hopefully everybody voted on here. Mail-in voting and shit like that. Let me see. Anything funny is against the rules. We need to cancel holidays, right? You can't cancel holidays. They probably do want to cancel holidays, right? Unless they include some shit time. Instead of time, look, they're going to make Valentine's Day and they're going to make Trans Valentine's Day. Remember, the gay people got to get a day in too, right? They're going to hand you a chocolate-covered dildo or some shit, right? Excuse me, happy Trans Day, would you be my lover? Like, nigga, if you don't get that chocolate dildo away from me, right? They're going to have to come up with an Independence Day instead of 4th of July. It was going to be a gay holiday, like the 12th of the month or the 1st of the month, right? Where you got the gay dudes, right? Instead, they're going to celebrate their Independence Day. Yeah, we free. Whenever they had a holiday, whenever that gay thing happened at that bar, that gay riot and stuff happened over there, that's the day they're gonna celebrate. They freedom, they independence, they came out. My national coming out day. Oh, they already got a national coming out day. They probably make that shit a holiday where everybody today you gotta be forced to come out with something. Like forced to come out with what? You gotta be forced to come out with your real transgender tendencies, and you must be forced to confess on this day. Forced to confess what? I'm all heterosexual. It's okay if you want to be gay today. You can come out. This is national coming out today. You can be gay. You can be gay for one day. You know what I'm saying? We just want you to see how it feels to be gay for one day. That's our National Independence Day, right? We want you to wear some rainbow clothes. We want you to do all that. Just be gay for one day. National Gay Day. I'm not doing no shit like that. Tell the motherfuckers to have a National Man Day where you can be a man, dress up like a man, wear a mustache, and have a pair of nuts. How about that? Have a National Man Day where you gotta watch football. Huh? We gotta drink a fucking beer and smoke a cigarette and drive a fucking Dodge truck or some shit like that. Have a fucking man day. Well, we can't do that, huh? We can't do no shit like that. Huh? Get out there and do something that probably can get you hurt, like jump off a fucking mountain or something. Huh? I might get fucked up, but I'm finna do it anyway. That's why women look. That's why women last longer than men, because men try shit like, you know what? I probably die, but I'm gonna try this shit anyway because it look fun. I see white people all the time drinking a Mountain Dew and jumping off some shit. Like, you know what? I'm finna drink this Mountain Dew and I'm finna jump off this mountain with a fucking bike and a fucking parachute. That ain't a parachute. That's a sheet. Huh? Black people don't do that. We call that crack. But white people, they get on and they do anything for the fun of it. Ride bulls. Huh? Ride Harleys. Fucking kick cow tipping. You know what? I'm finna tip this cow. They do some shit that you ain't even heard of. Fighting, mud wrestling. Look, if you find if it rain and you find some mud in a fucking redneck town, that's a wrestling ring. Huh? That's a fucking wrestling ring for a white boy. Huh? Let it rain. If it was mud out here right now and it was a hick town or it was a redneck, it'd be wrestling in the front yard. Fuck some rain. The little kids would have made a go-kart or some kind of slip and slide, you know what I'm saying? And they would have been playing out there in the mud. Huh? We need to get back to that. National Man Day. When I was little, we used to ride on the back of ice cream trucks, hoping you don't fall off, on the back of buses. We used to put a motherfucking cardboard box. We used to put a plywood we found in the alley somewhere, put 2 bricks up under it, and make a ramp out of it. I may fuck myself up, but it's gonna be fun. Somebody gonna get fucked up. We don't know who gonna get fucked up, but when somebody get fucked up, that's when the fun stop. But until then, we jumping ramps and all this shit. Oh shit! If somebody fall face, like, party over. Somebody got hurt. I don't want to have to explain this shit. We out here being bad, huh? When I was little, we was climbing up trees. How many kids fell out of a tree? You don't see no kids falling out of no motherfucking trees nowadays. You don't even see no kid with a cast on. Remember, you used to have a cast like, ooh, let me sign your cast. Now these motherfuckers got some shit where you put on your leg and you put your leg and you walk with it. No, I need a cast and some crutches. I need some. Don't give me no damn walking stick where I can prop up my leg like some punk. Give me a motherfucking crutch and a cast. If I break my leg, I want people to sign my shit. I want people to know I'm injured. I don't want people to feel sorry for me. Oh, I'm feeling sorry for you. You hurt your leg. You hurt your leg. Your leg hurt. No, bitch, I broke my leg. I got a cast on. 160. I don't dream I do. So like this. Hey, 160. We gotta try that. Hey, 160. Hey, 160. You ain't took me to do no white boy shit. 160. Huh? 160. You gotta pull out your white card. Next time we go somewhere 160, we gotta go in some mud with some fucking 4-wheelers and shit, right? And say fuck it. I ain't never drove no 4-wheeler. If I fuck up and I fall off, fuck it. Let's go. 160. We gotta go somewhere in the desert or something and get on some damn scooters. You ain't 160. You gotta use your white card and you gotta show me some white shit, huh? Tell him. White people, tell 160 he got to put me in the culture. He got to show me some white country redneck shit. You can't say, hey, that shit sound fun. You got to say, black, let's do that shit. I got a spot we can do that shit at. Huh? That's what you supposed to say, 160. We gonna go, I got some mud shit and all that. We can do that shit. And when I come down there, nigga, I got you. Huh? YMCA? Hell no, I ain't going to YMCA. YMCA's out here, you get your ass shot. YMCA's out here is in the hood, right? The YMCA out here is by the Holstro. You go to YMCA, go swimming and get you a prostitute. All in one. All in one. Right? Oh, I'm gonna chat at. We got a live chat. With the live chat. Oh, did they announce some more racists? Oh wait, Abrams got 50% right now. I mean, Kemp got 50% right now. Abrams at 49. What is it? 34,000 to 33,000 right now, right? They done counted up. You got to win by 50, or your ass going to a runoff. So right now he got his 50, but Abram hanging up in there with 49. Remember, Abram got the early vote in, you know what I'm saying? So Abrams got the early lead, right? But okay, what this 66 shit is? I don't know what this 60 shit is, but she had the early lead because of all the voting. But you know, my boy Kemp is coming back. This should be a slaughter right here. What the hell? I know this is not. What is this? This got to be a certain. This said. Wait, the motherfucker said Walker 28% and Warnock 70% in the Georgia Senate. This gotta be, hold on, this gotta be some bullshit, right? Let me see what they're talking about. Fulton County is gonna be something we're gonna watch throughout the night. Hold on. There are 16 counties that make up greater Atlanta, Georgia. 16 counties make up Atlanta. Oh shit! They said right now, Herschel Walker only got 28%, but supposed to. I know that ain't true. That can't be true. That can't be true. That cannot be true. That got to be a false statement, right? Who we got? We got the Santos at 51%. Right, we got Rubio at 50% over Demons. Right, we got Abrams. Wait a minute. That can't be right. Wait a minute. Goddamn it. Let me rewind this. This got to be some bullshit, right? Wait a minute. I thought I saw something. Right, it must have been a mistake. Right, it must have been a mistake I saw because I thought I saw it said Abrams, wait a minute, it said Abrams 66% and Kemp 32%. Well, that got to be some early count shit right there. That got to be some early count. Abrams, 232,000 votes. Kemp, 113,000, right? That have to be, right now, that have to be some bullshit, right? It have to be. All the votes ain't came in yet, right? So all the because I know Herschel Walker ain't down by that much, and I know for damn sure Kemp ain't down by that much, right? So it got to be in the same damn state, right? So it got to be these late votes gonna come in. Stay in line. If you in Atlanta, stay your ass in line. Vote Republican. Stay your ass in line. Right? Who else we got? Up in here? Who else we got that's running? Right? They said Warnock 70, Walker 28, right? Right? We winning in the whatever. Hold on. Young won in Indiana. Young won in Indiana. He beat his, right? Who winning up in here, right? Who winning up in here? Young one in Indiana. You getting the nigga version. Right now, what's doing? The Ryan and Van shit ain't happened yet. But Ron Paul beat Booker by 200,000. That is over with. Ron Paul. You know Ron Paul gonna go after Fauci ass. You know Ron Paul hate Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci he like Dr. Fauci, you a lying motherfucker. You do not know what you're talking about. So you're saying that this is not gain of function. By your definition, this is gain of function, right? You need to retire. You do not know what you're talking about. I've been doing this medicine for 25 years. I have started with HIV. You're like, I don't give a fuck. Right now, your data is out of service. Who winning the next one? Let's see who winning the next one. Right now, your shit is out of whack, nigga. Out of whack. Hold on. Who winning this one? If Herschel Walker got to win. Hold on. Wait a minute. Somebody getting their ass smoked right now. This is early in the game, right? This is for New Hampshire, right? Hassan 75, right? Bold, only 524 votes. This is early in the game right here. This is early in the game, right? That's why all the Republicans is losing right now, right? Early in the game, right? Don't trip, Republicans. We're going to have this red wave shit coming. We're going to have this red wave shit coming. We're going to have more results in a minute. Scott won. Right? Scott won. Vega is winning 72% in Virginia. Vega is winning 72% in Virginia. DeSantis won. You knew DeSantis was going to win. Or he winning. Rubio winning. Right? By 50 to 40. Or he got hurt by like 2%. Or everything is looking good, y'all. Everything is looking good. Everything is looking good. Walker just went up 30%, right? He was at 20. I'm telling you, we finna come back. Walker finna hit him, right? One thing about Warnock, right? You can tell he's a lying motherfucker, right? He was trying to act all smooth when the police came and shit. Like, he was like, well, I did not do that. I did not run over her foot. I tried to back out, and her foot happened to be right there, and I don't even know if I run over her foot. I think I heard her scream. Well, that's usually what happens when you run over somebody's foot, nigga. Her foot just happened to be right there. Well, your car just happened to back up while her foot was right there. She was all hysterical, like, he's good at acting. Motherfucker say, look, come on, they interrupting right now talking about another damn emergency thing about the flooding. Let me go, it's not raining that damn bad outside. They're like, flooding, don't go outside. Look at it. You hear that? Look what they saying. Don't go outside. We know all of that. I'm not taking my ass outside in the rain. Right? But Warnock, a lying motherfucker. Right? Right when Warnock, they was like, Warnock, you don't pay your child support. Your baby mama is suing your ass. My kids are right there, and what happens is I have some lovely kids, right? And my kids love me, and I love my kids. Well, your wife said you weren't paying child support, and your money went up. What's up with that? I have a wonderful wife, and what happens when things don't work out and shit like, I'm like, come on, man, you're lying. You are lying. Right? Think about this. I want you to think about this, right? And there's some cold shit, right? How did the Democratic Party go for one black people to have all kind of babies to not want to have black people to have babies at all? Right? Think about this. You think the Democrats was pushing for abortion rights back in the slavery days? Huh? Do you think the Democrats like, oh, it's a woman's right, or we don't want that baby here? No. Right? Think about this. Think about the history of the black life, right? Our life used to be precious. Right? Our lives used to be precious. When we was slaves, right? When we were slaves, we was precious commodity. We was property. That's where Jim Crow was coming about, right? Because the latter thing was that Jim Crow, I'm not Jim Crow. I keep on saying Jim Crow. I keep on saying Jim Crow. Willie Lynch, right? What happened was it was slaves getting out of line. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like the hoes get out of line, like a pimp say the hoe get out of line. It was supposed to be slaves getting out of line. And Willie Lynch was like, hey, I can train your slaves, right? And if I teach you how to train your slaves, you know what I'm saying, you can give me a little bit of money, but you will have control of your slaves throughout the history of time for like 500 years. Y'all are treating y'all slaves wrong, right? He's saying what you're doing to that slave over there, don't be beating your slave. Don't be misusing your slave. Don't be injuring your slave, because guess what? He gonna be injured goods, right? He gonna be damaged goods, right? You gotta treat your slaves, you know what I'm saying, like they your property, right? But you also gotta train them. You gotta train a nigga like you gotta train a nigga like you train a horse. You gotta break them in, right? And certain you gotta set examples. So what you do is you get the biggest nigga on the plantation, right? And what you do is you tie him up, you tie his legs together, right, to two horses, right? Then you burn the horses, you burn the horse's ass with fire and let them run two different ways and split them up in two. And then you get the strongest nigga, and then you beat his ass an inch of his life. Don't kill him, but beat him to the end of his life, right? And then you can have and then you do that in front of his wife and his children. Beat the shit out of him. Let his wife see it. Let him know it. That way he saw the other man get split in two, and he saw how bad he got beat for an inch of his life. He gonna be subservient. He gonna obey. And the woman is gonna be scared, and she gonna raise her son, right? She gonna raise her son to be scared of you too, because she already had the example of what the white man would do, the Democrat would do to her son or her husband or any black man if they got out of line. So I got to teach my son to obey the white man. I got to teach my son to be subservient, right, to the white man. I got to teach my son all of that shit. And I got to teach my daughter to obey like me. I got to teach my daughter, you know what I'm saying, to be silent. I got to teach my daughter to do everything I do. So I got to teach my daughter certain things, right? So since they got it like that, right, they got the black man under control. So when the black man finally got out of control, right, and he finally got a little freedom, right, a little bit of freedom, because right then our life was present. Oh, have all the babies you want, because the more babies you have, the more property. We ain't got to pay for that property. That's our property. Any baby you have, because it's in the Bible, any baby you have is our property. So we have 10 babies, have 20 babies. We don't give a fuck, because we can sell them, we can keep them, and that's our labor, because that's our property. So black life was valuable back in the slave days because it was property. It was labor. Soon as slavery stopped, guess what? We need all these niggas off of earth. We need all the sick. We need all the unwell. Planned Parenthood, right? Then the black people's life ain't been worth a shit. First it was valuable. Now it's not worth nothing. Since we can't be used for slave labor no more, what the hell are we getting them for? What in the hell do we keep on paying for them for, right? Now it went from them working for us, for now we working for them. We giving them free money, we giving them this. So why in the hell we keep on doing this, right? Let's put an end to this. Let's put an end to this. Do you know what that movie was about, right? That your boy had tweeted, right? I'm gonna let you know what it was about. It was about a black man finding out he was supposedly from a certain country, right? And he found out that it was the other people that are so-called such and such, right, that are liars about who they are, right? So this movie was about this dude saying and trying to prove that the black man is the real such and such and not the such and such people, right? So the movie that they're banning Kyrie Irving for, and the movie that they're so big on about taking off of Amazon is about a black man. It's from a black perspective, right? So they never bring that up, and they never say how the movie is lying or what it's lying about. Are you lying, saying that the black man is not from such and such, or he not such and such? If you're saying that, Couldn't that be open for a debate? Because it's a lot of people believe that. Right? So how is that a lie? Shouldn't that be opened up for debate? But these people automatically say, these people are lying. But they never tell you what they lying about. They lying about a black man saying he's from a rightful place and he's trying to take his rightful spot in history or his rightful birthplace, right? And there's the other people saying, no, we are the leaders, because when Jesus comes back, he's supposed to be coming back to this land right here. And they say Jesus not coming back until his people come back to the land. Right? So everybody's trying to get back to the land and say, hey, we the real people. Let us back to our land so the Messiah can come back. Right? But these people saying, nah, all that shit is fake. All that shit is fictional. These black son of a bitches is lying. Right? 7 polls closed, right? Welch won, right? Hold on. Welch won, and was that in Virginia, right? Higgins, I only reading the wins, right? We are big in Virginia, right? We're big in Virginia. Please, wake up, please. You're inside watching the TV and they want to interrupt your shows to tell you to get in. Yeah, they want to tell me to get inside. They kept interrupting the show to say, get inside, get inside. It's raining outside. I know it's raining. I can look outside. I can hear it. I can hear it. Right? Okay, we read some more. In Georgia, we already said, we already doing, okay, 33, okay, it's 33, 65, right? Now, Kemp is 37, 61 now. So the Republicans' votes are starting to come up. Right? The percentages are starting to come up. They're starting to drop now. They're starting to level off, right? Because Kemp was at 21 just a minute ago, and she was at 70. Now it done went up 10, you know what I'm saying, and dropped 10 to 20%. Yeah, we coming up. Want the world to know. We coming up. South Carolina. Oh, we already said Tim Scott won. Look, Tim Scott was going to win by a landslide. Tim Scott didn't have to debate or nothing. You knew Tim Scott was going to win. You knew that he was going to win. Welch won in Vermont. A Democrat won in Vermont. Right? So if you in Vermont, you got a Democrat. I don't know who it is, right? But whoever live in Vermont, right, in Joe Biden country, or who is that? That's Bernie Sanders country. Your ass. 52, right? 44% in. 44% in on. Let me see how many in on the Kemp. How many in on the Kemp? Only 9% in on Kemp, right? Only 10% in on Walker, right? Well, that's why he got the 62, because only 10% in. They're gonna know that shit sometime tomorrow, probably. They're gonna know that shit sometime tomorrow. Anybody got a joke request while I'm here? Anybody got any joke requests? Do anybody got any joke requests? Huh? Anybody got any joke requests before I put in the old video? While we reading these stats. I can do any joke. My mind is crazy like that. I can do any joke. Anybody got it? We're doing joke requests. Anybody got a joke request? Let me see. I'm ready to read the. Anybody got a joke request? Don't get quiet now. Do anybody got a joke request? While we're here watching these damn votes, this is like a holiday, right? This is like a holiday. You know, the YouTube be like saying the stats, they be reading the stats. This is like a special holiday. They need to rename this. Look, you know, they need to come out with a holiday. Hood rats need to come out with a holiday, right? Hood rats need to come out with a holiday. And Kamala Harris needs to be like the symbol about hoes. Like, hoes can be anything, right? Like, I'm tired of hoes, right? Like hood rats and stuff getting a bad name, right? Hoes can also be something. They need a holiday. Look how many niggas, look at how many times, right, people actually need a hoes in their life. Sometimes when you're stressed out, you know what I'm saying? And something happening at your home or something like that, what you go do? You go get your a call girl, right? White people call them call girls, black people call them hoes, right? Right? White people call black people call hood rats, and white people call them friendly. Like, hey, look at Susan, she's friendly. You know what that means? Like, she's friendly. Oh shit, come here, Susan. She's friendly, right? That's how white people say. Hey, black, check out Susan. She's friendly. Like, what that mean, Tom? You know what that mean, Black. She's friendly. Oh, Tom! You ain't said nothing but a word, Tom. Scoot your ass over. Huh? But I'm tired of hoes getting the bad. And we need to come with a whole holiday to respect the hoes, to honor the hoes, to give thanks to the hoes, right? Like they got Valentine's Day. You give it to your girl, right? What about Hoe Day? You know what I'm saying? You can have a side chick or something like that. You know, they need love too. Now look at all the stuff they be doing for people. Look at all the free sex you done got from these hood rats. Look how many times they could have messed up your marriage or messed up your relationship and they didn't tell your girlfriend or your wife. Huh? We need to show love to these special women. Right? We need to come out with a whole day. Right? Let Camilla Harris be the spokeswoman because she can say, look, you can suck your way up to the top. Huh? Sometimes you ain't got to stand over. Sometimes you can bend over. Sometimes you got to stand up. You can bend over for your rights. Kamala Harris can be this spokesperson. Don't keep your mouth closed. Keep your mouth open. And let something go on up in there for your rights. Huh? Kamala Harris can be she's going to be the woman, right? She's going to be the woman. She's going to be the spokeswoman for bitches who ain't got no kids, who always want to talk about babies and abortion rights and the rights of kids. She's going to be that person. Right? She's going to be the expert on bitches who ain't got no kids, who always want to talk about somebody else's kids and somebody else's life. She's going to be the spokesperson. Introducing coming up, the speaker of at the anniversary of the women who ain't got no kids but always talking about somebody else's kid, Miss Camilla Harris. Bring your ass out here. What's wrong with Camilla Harris' pussy? She ain't got no kids. All them dicks Camilla done had, I mean, I know you can't get pregnant by the mouth, but all them dicks Camilla Harris had up in her, you mean to tell me she ain't got pregnant? She ain't talking about no abortion. She ain't talking about no miscarriage. You heard every Democrat on there talking about, I was 18 and I got a miscarriage. I didn't know. Yeah, every one of them come up there. You ain't heard Camilla Harris say it. What Camilla Harris do? Swallow all our babies? That's impossible for you to have that many dicks in you, right? And you ain't got pregnant. I know 3 dicks for sure. Montel Jordan, Willie Brown, and the nigga you fucking with right now. I know 3 dicks for sure. Right? Hold on, something fit to come in. Something fit to come in. I know 3 dicks for sure. And hold on. Alexa, hold on. Woo. Somebody done won. Hold on. Hi, Ohio.
Says GOP candidate J.D. Vance has a slight lead, but the race is too early to call. He's up against Democratic House Rep Tim Ryan.
J.D. Vance got a slight lead.
So, too early to call this one in the race between Republican Ted
Budd.
Sherry Beasley. They are locked in a tight race there as well.
Moving to the governor's races and again to Ohio, we can project that Republican incumbent Mike DeWine will easily win.
Okay, DeWine. Okay, we got a Republican governor in Ohio. Your incumbent governor in Ohio don't multiply. Point and doesn't look like a red wave. It don't look like a red wave yet, but the red wave is coming. The red wave is coming. You gotta. The red wave ain't gonna come all at once. Yeah, but Kamala Harris is gonna be the queen of that. That which she can be the czar of. The no kids bitch czar. Right? That and they only go for people like Kamala Harris, the no kids bitch czar. You know what I'm saying? Let her be that, right? Let her talk for the bitches who ain't got no kids about imaginary babies that they want to abort. She fight for women's rights and she ain't never had. She ain't never had to deal with that shit. Something must be wrong with her pussy. Right? Something gotta be wrong with her pussy. Because she ain't never said, look, I had a miscarriage, I had abortions, we ain't never saw, she got man shoulders. You ain't never saw Kamala Harris in no shorts, no dress. She wear more pantsuit than Hillary Clinton. She must got the Hillary Clinton collection or something. Like, she must have got the Hillary Clinton catalog. Like, give me the Hillary Clinton #3 and the Hillary Clinton 2008. Who in the fuck want to dress like Hillary Clinton? Right? All you can see is her face. You can say, oh, she got a sexy face, but you ain't saw her body. She got shoulders. Kamala Harris got shoulders like a linebacker. Everybody be thinking she got them pads in her shoulder. Them is her real shoulders. They take the pads out because that bitch got big ass linebacker shoulders. That bitch got shoulders like Terrell Owens. That's why they don't say it. Oh, Walker coming back. It's only 11% though. On 11%, Warnock and Abrams winning in Georgia. They better win in Georgia. I'm telling you, Georgia, because you know, Georgia is Chocolate City, right? And Georgia is where the black gay capital of the world at, right? It's more gay blacks in Georgia than it is anywhere. That's probably the only reason why I don't move to Georgia, right? You probably think you at a strip club or something and you see a big old chocolate thing dancing, then the next thing you turn around and you got a big ass lump in his damn pants. You be like, you know what? I thought this was a real club. This is a gay club, right? The black man is real gay out there, right? And they flamboyant. They be like, you see a man and a man walking, the black man walking, you know, it's hand in hand. You don't really see that out here. Unless they flamboyantly gay. But you see thugs out there, right? They walking with their man. They be having 2 guns walking hand in hand, right? One being a dress with titties, and they be walking with hand in hand. Like, yeah, this my nigga. Like, what? Like, I ain't got no problem with that, bro. Go ahead and do what you do. They thugs out there. They be like, you know, Bonnie and Clyde. You know what I'm saying? They got a Byron and Clyde. Like, they got 2 niggas running around robbing shit. There go Byron and Clyde. 2 niggas with beard. Like, look, in the penitentiary, right? You got niggas that's 6'8", 255 pounds, full of muscles, right? That's gay, right? You be like, they be like, hey man, hey, tell me a joke, you Mr. Funny Man. I be like, man, they don't care. Look, in jail, they don't care what kind of day you got, right? They don't care what you've been through, right? But if they want something that you got, you gonna have to give it to them, right? So they're like, hey man, hey, you the comedian, huh? I'm like, yeah. They're like, well, tell me a joke, Mr. Funny Man. I like, man, I can't tell no joke right now, man. I just got some bad news, man. My mother just passed. You know what I'm saying? My baby mama just left me. My kid in the hospital sick, right? And they just gave me 2 extra years. He's like, that's cool, right? But if you don't tell me no joke, I'm gonna rape you. I said, what does Kim Kardashian and a jail cell have in common? He's like, what? I'm like, you can find a nigga inside of both of them. He like, ha! He like, man, I thought I was gonna have to rape you, man. I'm gonna go find me a rapper, right, to rape. I'm like, you know what? Saved my life. So being funny kind of saved my ass, literally, right? Because if I wasn't, like, I ain't no punk, right? But it's not no punks up in there. And if I wasn't funny, that would have been my ass, literally. You know what I'm saying? Because I like, hey man, I don't want to be part of your gang or nothing like that. I'm like, okay man, if you don't keep telling jokes throughout your time and keep us laughing, we're gonna gang rape you. I'm like, oh, you know what? What do you call? I don't keep telling these jokes, man. To save my ass. That's how I got out of jail. You know, scot free. I keep telling jokes, or they was gonna rape you, man. They don't play that. Like, imagine, like, hey man, they want to do it to you. 4 niggas built like Mike Tyson saying, give it here, and you say no. No. Well, I'm gonna take it. You don't have to give it to me. I want to take it. You know what I'm saying? It's more exciting when I take it. Like, I really did. Look, like, hey, give it up to me. No. I was kind of expecting that answer, and that's kind of the answer I wanted. And add more excitement to it. Like, oh man, this dude finna get me. Help! They don't care for them. It's not being gay. They say, look, man, it's not being gay in jail. It's only doing what you got to do. Like, man, that is gay. I don't give a damn, man. That is gay. North Carolina. But I'm finna get up out of here. I'm finna let y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. Watch these polls, right? I'm probably going to come back on here in the morning or something and do a red wave, right? A red wave video or something like that. I probably got to start doing my research tomorrow. And I also, don't worry for my people that's on Patreon, right? I've been trying to do this election shit. So as soon as I get all this election shit out the way, I'm going to be doing videos on Patreon left and right. That's why I've been doing those skits. I've been doing a lot of lives because skits take time, right? You know, and stuff like that. The editing video and all this old stuff. This take time too, but it take a little less time, right? But I'm going to try to get the information for y'all, right? So on this red wave shit and all this old stuff, and the Donald Trump and all this old stuff, so we can have a rebuttal tomorrow. See what went wrong, see what went right, see who won, see what they talking about, see who crying, see who lying, see all of that tomorrow, because you know there's going to be some people on here lying. You know the Democrats going to be on here lying like a son of a bitch. I'm telling you, this is like a football game, right? Like, you got to hope your team win, right? You biting on your nails like hoping your team win. It's going to be some frustrated people tomorrow, right? And the cold thing about it, right? Niggas in the hood not even knowing this shit going on. They don't know nothing about no damn midterms. Niggas don't know nothing about no midterms. Hey, like, man, who you vote for in the midterms? Like, midterm, what the fuck is that? Right? They don't know. Look, I'm telling you, right? I was just out testing niggas about the midterms, right? They know about the presidential race, right? They gonna vote on that. But you ask them about the midterms, they don't know shit about the midterms. Most of them don't even know the governor is running. Hey, you gonna vote for Governor Newsom? Like, when he run? Like, nigga, Tuesday. Like, nah, I'm not voting for that nigga. Like, I ain't voting, right? This how important it is to niggas, right? In LA, they don't even know it's midterms. They don't know it's vote. It's not like you know when Donald Trump and Biden was voting, right? It was all kind of signs and shit. You know, Trump. No, not Trump. Biden, Harris, I support Harris, all this other shit. You saw a lot of signs, right? Right now, you drive down the street, you don't see no vote for Newsom, vote for the mayor, vote for Karen Bass, right? Motherfucker don't even know Karen Bass running right now. Hey, who you voting for mayor? Who running for mayor? You don't know who running for mayor? Hell, they don't even know who running for mayor out here. That's bad. That's how. If I wasn't in the politics, right, I'd probably be the same way. I wouldn't know what the fuck was going on. I wouldn't know who was running, who won, who lost, what's at stake, right? It's a lot of black people, hopefully, right? Hopefully the right black people stay at home in Atlanta and shit like that don't know about the election too. All the liberal black folks out there, right? Hopefully all the liberal black folks don't really know nothing about this shit, right? And skip it. And all the conservative black folks know about this shit and vote. Right, because it's a lot of liberals, a lot of people in the hood, right? Like, you don't see the commercials. Remember the commercials? They had all the rappers and shit when Donald Trump was running for president. Don't vote for the racists. Don't vote for this. Don't vote for him. They had all the fucking actors and everybody you can name. Everybody you can name came out, right? Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Michelle Obama, Madonna. They had commercials with all the celebrities and shit, right? Remember all that? Right? You don't see none of that. You don't see niggas rapping. You don't see the NBA talking about the vote. Remember they had the NBA talking about the vote, and I mean they had everything. People are not that excited no more. Because I mean they're not excited over Joe Biden. They're not excited over the candidates. Like, if you want to vote, come on and vote. We're gonna have the building open. You know, if you want to vote, go ahead. Right? But they're not excited no more. They're not like, you know what, I gotta vote. I gotta make sure my voice count and all that shit. They're not doing that no more. They can't do it no more. Right? And that's a shame, right? Lots of people, right? They want to vote for Trump, but they don't know anything about these midterms. Right? Black people, I vote for Trump, but I don't know none of these other sons of bitches. And that's kind of bad, especially in the hood, when we don't know our local politicians, and our local politicians kind of affect us more than our federal politicians. But we don't know who the senator is. We don't know who the council person is. We don't know who the city council is. We don't know none of that. I don't know who my city council is right here, and I've been living over here about 3 years. I haven't heard one from no city council. Ain't nobody came in and passed me no flyer or put nothing on my door saying vote for this person or vote for that person or none of that shit. Right? And LA is already set up, right, where people don't put that much money in their campaign because everything out here is liberal. They don't need to spend millions of dollars on no commercials, or all they got to do is go knock on a couple of doors or knock on a couple of their people's doors and shit like that, and put some shit on the bus stop or something like that, and people going to vote. They don't even know who they voting for. They're going to vote for a familiar name because ain't no commercial saying, hey, vote for me. You probably saw a Karen Bass commercial once or twice, but the local, like y'all got y'all the Senate people out here, ain't none of that in LA. Ain't none of that shit on my TV. Ain't none of the flyers or posters or billboards when you drive down the street. None of that. People don't even know about politics out here. They don't even know because it's so controlled by the Democrats, right? And everybody, and ain't no Republicans running out here, so it's a lot of uncontested seats out here, right? Ain't no Republican gonna run up and put that money up against somebody, right, that they probably can't win an election with, right? That's like a waste of money. And you gonna be up here, you gonna be promoting conservative views in a liberal city. It's not gonna work. This whole damn, unless it's certain parts that are liberal. I mean, certain parts of LA and California that are conservative, right, on the outskirts, right. But where I live is liberal. So basically, everybody who running ain't got no competition, ain't got no competitor, right? They ain't got to run up against nobody. Somebody just vote their ass in, right? They the only person on the Senate, on the ballot. They don't know. We blind to politics out here. No wonder why our school board is fucked up. LA is one of the only school boards in the nation that the school board members are not voted in. They're hired. Our school board members, our school board is hired. They're not voting in, so you can't vote them out. You can't run against them. So you know what? Or they got a salary. If you go somewhere else, most of the school board members got a job, and that's something they do on the side. But this is their job. They got a salary over here. So it's a different kind of school board over here than there's other places. It's a business. It's a monopoly. That's how all the Democrats and all these city politicians are able to scam and scheme, because they're not running on nobody, against nobody, and they not got nobody who expose them, say, hey, this dude is corrupt, hey, this person's stealing money, and none of that. None of that. Right? So hopefully, like I say, hopefully we get this red wave, right? Because I would hate black people to lose their freedom, right? To lose their rights, and don't know what hit them, because they don't know what's coming. They don't know what's in store, right? If the Democrats do win, they don't know about the IRS agents. They don't know about the potential lockdowns. They don't know about the controlling the money. You know what I'm saying? The high fucking inflation fit to hit them. They don't know about the fracking. They don't know about how Biden stopped the leases. They don't know anything about how the senators vote. They don't know anything about that because they don't follow this shit. They don't know anything about police reform. They don't know anything about defunding. Look, black people in my neighborhood, right? They know nothing about defunding the police. All they know is the police is not around. That's all they know. They don't know that there's 10 homicide police in the whole LA Unified police district. They don't know that. All they know is they have more opportunity to not get caught. They don't know the reason why. To them, they probably think still think it's the same amount of numbers of police on the street, right? But they know they're not getting pulled over as more. You know what I'm saying? They know that. So when defunding the police happened in LA, it defunded the police a whole lot. It didn't defund the criminals. right? But they don't. But the criminals, they so street savvy and so connected to the street that they don't even know the policies that allow them to go out there and commit the crimes. Right? When you say it's less police, that means it's more crimes, right? They don't have. You don't have to tell them it's less police. You don't have to say you defunded the police. All they know is when they drive down the street, the police is not jacking them up like they used to. When they walking down the street, the police not pulling them over like they used to, right? When they do these robberies, the police ain't investigating them like they used to, right? It's a lot of things that the police not doing like they used to, right? Because usually when you do a robbery back in the days, you do something back in the days, you knew the police was on you. They come and ask your homies, they show pictures, they ask questions, they knew what happened. You had units for this division, that division, this gang, that gang. Right? So when something happened, you send that unit over there to find out about their neighborhood. It ain't no units no more, right? When they say it was community police, right? Our community policing, right? When you knew the officer by name because he'd come and he'd jack your ass up and he'd talk to you. It wasn't on no good terms, but he know who the fuck you is. He'd call you by name. Hey, black, come here. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Mr. Harris, come here. Whatever your name may be at that time, right? Hey, come here. He know you. So if something happened in the neighborhood and they say, oh man, such and such done it. Oh, I know who such and such is. He lived right here. Oh, I know what such and such is. And his girl stay right there. Right? Oh, I don't know this, but I know who the ass. I know who the snitches are in the neighborhood. That's when people would say it was community police and people was connected with the police. It's not like that no more. You don't have to worry about the undercover cops buying dope from you no more because there's no more drug division. Right? Back in the days, you know what I'm saying, you used to have to ask somebody, hey, is you the police? Hey, lift your shirt up. Hey, hit this rock in front of me. Hey, make sure, let me see you ain't got no gun or no walkie-talkie on you. It's no more of that, right? Back in the days, police would come buy dope from you, right? Hey, let me buy this. Act like a crackhead and all that shit, right? And then they buy the dope from you, walk away. Next thing you know, oops, police everywhere. Now they're selling dope in front of the police station. Huh? They letting you know it's okay if I can sell dope in front of the police station, if I can carry a gun in front of the police station, if I can smoke dope in front of the police station. The criminals know you don't have to tell them that the police is defunded. You don't have to tell them that police are retiring. They know it because they feel it. When I was doing my thing, we felt when they hired more police officers, right? Because there was more police on the street. We felt when they created that gang unit because the police came to our neighborhoods and knew us personally. We knew everything the police was doing. We knew when it was crash day, right? Because when the police study us, we also study the police. You got to know when they investigation day is, right? You got to know when they gang day is, right? You got to know when they drug day is, right? You got to know everything. You got to study them. Like they study you. You don't think the criminals right now study the police? They have to study the police. They have to study the tactics. They have to study the consequences. Right? And since they study them, right, and see the results, they see their partners killing, right? See, one thing about this gang shit and this hood shit, some people go back to the hood and brag, and you know who the killers is in the neighborhood. And you know, and he done got about 2 or 3 bodies, right? He done come back and told you, man, I done this, I done that, and you know he's still walking the street. Ain't no investigation on him or not. He's still walking the street, going to work and all kind of shit, smoking weed, selling dope, all that. But he just let you know he just killed 2 people, and you saw it on the news. You know who it was. So next time you get into the phone, you know the consequences of you getting away is great because your boy got 2 bodies and he got away with it. Now you got a body and you got away with it. Now bodies, now getting the body ain't nothing. You think if I'm a gang member, right, or I don't like a certain neighborhood or something like this, and I got 1 body on me, I'm gonna stop and I didn't get caught? I'm gonna keep on going until I got caught. Some of these dudes they get caught with 1 body on them, you know what I'm saying, but they got 4 or 5 bodies. But they get caught for 1. They make that mistake on that 1. But they don't get convicted on the other 4 or 5 bodies before they got caught for that 1. Most people don't get caught on their first homicide, their first murder. They get caught on their second or their third. Why do you think 20% of the murders in Chicago is been booked? That means 80% of the murders is out. You don't think that out of that 80% is repeat murders? You don't think it's the same people that's doing all the killing and all the shooting? Because when they got a taste of that first blood and then nothing happened, guess what? They're going to go out and get some more. Niggas study the police. They know the police. They know when the police is not around. They know when the police is not investigating. They don't need to know the policies. They can see it. Huh? When you watch the news and you see people dumping water on the police, you watch Instagram, you see people talking crazy to the police. You're watching, you're hearing this, you're hearing people shooting at the police, high-speed chase with the police. It's on a regular. It's on a regular. Black people doing this on a regular like it's nothing. They influenced by what they see on TV. They're influenced by what they hear. They're influenced by what they saw. I know because I was the same person. When people came back to the neighborhood and say, hey man, we just done this and we just done that, you be like, oh man, I'm finna go out and I'm finna do that too. Not knowing you finna go over there and you finna go make some mother miserable, make some father miserable, make some son miserable. But you don't give a fuck, you excited. Right? And the same thing you excited about, right? You excited about killing and murdering and doing all this, going over there and doing some devious shit to your so-called enemies. They are doing the same thing about doing to you. They think about some devious shit to you. So you got two groups of people thinking about doing the most devious shit to each other. Of black men. Thinking they're going the worst shit. I want to kill as many as I can. Is what we be thinking. What they be thinking or what was thinking back then, right? If it's 5 of them, I want all of them gone. And we finna have out 10 deep to make sure. We want, it's 5 funerals for to happen. And guess what? The reason why it's 5 funerals gonna happen to them, because there was just 3 funerals, this happened to my people. So I gotta go to 3 funerals, now you gotta go to 5. Black people think about doing the most devious shit to each other. And we ain't stopped yet, and they ain't put a stop to it. They ain't trying to put a stop to it. They want us to go like this, because guess what? If you killing people, right? You look on the first 48, who getting arrested? Black men. You're killing people on one end and you're locking somebody up for life on the other end. Right? All kind of things happen, right? You take the black man out the neighborhood, you take 2 black men out the neighborhood, out the equation, and you leave the kid unsecured and fatherless. 2 fathers gone for life. 1 father dead and 1 father in jail for life. The kid, both of these kids now have no father, no guidance. They got to grow up with a mother that really don't know how to handle them. That happens on an everyday basis. Somebody today is not going to have a father. Somebody tomorrow is not going to have a father in the black neighborhood. And it's not going to be because of old age. It's not going to be because of natural causes. It's going to be because another black man put his life to an end. Right? That's what we face with in our neighborhoods. Right? And the Democrats think this shit is good. And the reason why, because we got no black leaders. And anytime we get a black leader, they're going to put them down. You can't be no black leader because we don't want no black leaders. Because we don't want black people to become one. Everybody got a community but except black people. We want everybody to have a community and some kind of culture about themselves but except black people. You have no culture. And we're not going to give you one. And we're not going to let you create your own. Even though we're American, we have no black American culture. We are Americans, just like everybody else. Why we ain't got to have no African American culture? That's not our culture. Why we can't have no culture that we created from our time in America and our experience in America, right? and where we at in America and create our own culture where we at. Why we got to go reach back to a whole nother continent to try to find our culture? We're not Africans. We're Americans. Our culture is here. You can trace your family bloodline back to here. No matter if it was bad or good, you are a fucking American. You're not no African. So we have no culture, right? We have no culture. Like when somebody told me something one time, right? And it was a white man, right? And he made all the sense in the world. It was one of my teachers. You know, as he said, his father was a grand wizard, right? But he was cool as shit. He said, you listen to conversations, right? He was at a restaurant, he was listening to conversations. He listened to a Hispanic conversation, right? They was talking about family, kids, and, you know, and wife, and, you know, cousins and mother. They were talking about kids, you know, family. Then he was listening to the white table where he was at, right? This is at McDonald's. He listened to the white table where he was at. They was talking about taking over shit, buying shit, taking over shit. You know what I'm saying? Money, economics at the white table. I'm buy this, stock this, I'm trade that. You know what I'm saying? This is at his table. He listened to the black table. They was talking about bitches and hoes. This bitch right here, this hoe, you know what I'm saying, man, this, and it's the difference, right? These other tables talking about one family, one money, one bitches. If it was an Asian table there, I could only imagine what they would have been talking about. But I had to think to myself, he right. So now when I go to certain restaurants, right, I'm always curious of what white people are talking about at that table now because of what the conversation he taught me. I know what niggas talk about, right? I kind of know what Mexicans talk about, right? I'm interested in what white people are talking about because he said when white people have conversations at a table, they talk about taking over shit, buying shit, money, right? So that's something I want to pay attention to. Let me see what they're talking about. What kind of business are they talking about? How much money they talking about, right? What do they fit to buy? What do they fit to sell? I'm interested now because their conversations intrigue me. I want to see if this shit right. And most of the times, I hear these conversations. I see these white people with these black shoes on. They probably have Dockers on. Some have little jeans on. That's probably not Levi's. They mostly sometimes have on a blue shirt. That must be the outfit, right? They have like a blue shirt. Sometimes with a tie, sometimes without a tie, but they all in a belt with their shirt tucked in. They always dress like that, right? And they probably have a phone pouch on the side. Some got glasses, some don't, right? But usually Dockers or jeans, and the belt is usually black, and it's like the same kind of dress shoes. I don't know if that's a rich boy look or whatever, or the casual boy nerd look or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Some of them, and when they don't have that shirt on, some of them have on a polo shirt. Huh? That at the table, 4 of them talking, all of them kind of dress similar, right? They don't wear black, they don't wear white. It's either brown, light brown, tan, right, or blue, right? That's the outfit. It's either tan or blue. I don't know if they go to the damn store and say, give me all the tan Dockers you got and all the blue jeans you got, right? That's all I want, and all the blue shirts and all the polos in the same color, some with stripes and some without. Because that's all I want. You usually see the older, kind of heavier set dudes in the polos. You usually see the skinny dudes in the dress shirts, the blue long sleeve dress shirts. None of them white, none of them black, they always blue. I gotta ask white people one day, why do you dress like that? I'm gonna do it one day. I'm gonna go to Hollywood, you know what I'm saying? And they always got the same black belt. Hey, why do you dress like that? Like, is that the white boy business look, casual look? All of y'all look like y'all Nissan dealers or some shit. Like every time I see one of them, y'all like a Nissan dealer. But I'm interested in their conversation. I done heard niggas conversation. This bitch, that bitch, this nigga, that nigga, this hood, this hood. I don't even Hispanics sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They talk about family, but they talk about this son, this thing. You know what I'm saying? This, that. You know. They talk a little bit of money. But the white people, they have a whole different conversation. Right? And next time, right, and since I told you, next time you go into a McDonald's or a restaurant, right, I guarantee you, and you at a table, I guarantee you, you're going to hear your conversation and you're going to pay attention to other people's conversation, right? Because you're going to be curious about what I said now. You're going to be like, I just want to hear other people's conversation and what they're talking about. And don't look at your race. It has to be another race. Don't make it conspicuous because someone, hey, man, what the fuck you looking at? Nigga, I'll beat your ass, right? Not just like you're reading a thing, but have your focus over there and just listen to the conversation. Don't judge, right? And then do that shit 3 or 4 times and see do they sound the same. When you go to Hispanic, you see Hispanics do the same thing and see do they sound the same. And then if they sound the same, you got to understand why they sound the same. Why they sound the same? Right? Is it part of our culture? But anyway, let me let y'all out here. Enjoy the rest of y'all damn day on this, right? Let me let y'all up out here. Enjoy the rest of this so-called election day. I'm out of this bitch. I'll catch y'all on the next one tomorrow.